Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on Tuesday, followed by meetings with Uddhav Thackeray and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar on May 24th and 25th. Nitish Kumar has been meeting opposition and regional party leaders for a while now, and a mega opposition unity meet will also be held in Patna soon.
These are the part of the exercises which for a united opposition. Nitish Kumar ji is doing his job very well. You cannot expect a miracle in 1 day or 2 days. It is an ongoing process. We are on the process.
Will the upcoming meet set the platform for a cohesive opposition bloc? Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Karnataka Mantri MB Patil says no power sharing formula in Karnataka, claims that Siddaramaiah will remain Chief Minister for 5 years. Details on the other side.
We broke CM Sitta 48 hours before all.
Such a victory. Most of them have.
We broke Deputy CM DK 12 hours before all.
Their exit poll was the exact poll.
We broke Karnataka formula 72 hours before all.
We have that answer for you now on India Today. Siddaramaiah will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka.
India's #1 political team is unrivaled. Every news break, first on your channel.
You are now smiling and accepting Deputy Chief Ministership.
We have promised them that we'll give a good government with a good governance.
Keeping you ahead is our promise. The war has ended. India Today stands tall.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
News coming in right now. Massive security scare at the White House. The truck rams into a security barrier. The truck driver tries to barge inside White House. Bomb squad, Secret Service teams are at the spot. Robotic search team has been deployed to look for bomb. Now, security service, in fact, the Secret Service finds a Nazi flag from the vehicle. Dramatic images first on India Today. You can see the images of that truck that rammed into a security barrier in Washington, D.C. as it tried to enter the White House. The Secret Service and a bomb disposal squad is at the spot at the moment. They're trying to see if there was a bomb in that truck. A robotic search team has been deployed to look for that bomb. They, in fact, the Secret Service, which is at the spot, has found a Nazi flag from the vehicle. You can see those dramatic images that we're bringing to you first in exclusive on India Today. Shocking breach of security at the White House in Washington, D.C., USA. In fact, that truck which tried to ram into the White House hit a security barrier. That is when the security teams reached the spot immediately and are now searching for any possible explosives on board that truck, that vehicle, what sort of a threat it posed. They're trying to, of course, analyze that and assess that as we speak. What we know so far is that the Secret Service, which is at the spot, has found a Nazi flag from the vehicle. The occupant of that truck who was driving that truck, were there others? It is being ascertained as we speak. It is a matter of investigation and a very serious security threat there at the White House. Now, images coming in from Karnataka. Massive protests outside Siddaramaya's house. GS Patil backers flock outside the Chief Minister's house in Bangaluru, demand cabinet berth for GS Patil. Now, GS Patil backers hit the streets against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. You can see those images of those protesters who are basically supporters of GS Patil, who want him to be allotted a cabinet berth, are now in fact demanding the same, raising slogans outside the Chief Minister's residence in Karnataka. So after, of course, the Congress tried to quell the aspirations of both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar for the Chief Minister's chair, they got that settled. Now, of course, is this that they're witnessing and that they're faced with, which is basically those who are representatives of big communities, who have a lot of support, have served a few terms as MLAs. They now want a seat at the state cabinet. Remember, just a few days ago, DK Shivakumar was sworn in as Deputy Chief Minister. Siddaramaiah was sworn in as Chief Minister, and 8 other mantris had also been sworn in. The Congress did a whole lot of balancing act as they tried to ensure that there was enough caste and community representation, that age and experience was taken into account as well. There were some young faces as well. But remember that that is not the number at which the Karnataka State Cabinet will stop at. There will be more inductions into the State Cabinet. So you can see now backers of GS Patil who want him to be given a cabinet berth as well. So aspirations of others who want a seat as well within the State Cabinet now coming to the fore. Supporters now there raising slogans in support of GS Patil right outside the residence of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. You can see those supporters raising slogans in favor of GS Patil. He, of course, just recently won the elections, and now his supporters want him to be rewarded with a cabinet berth. He, in fact, just recently wrested back the seat from BJP's Kalkappa Bandi. And that is, of course, extremely significant. He wants the Congress to take into account his contribution. My colleague Sagai Raj is joining us live. The aspirations of many legislators there, Sagai, coming to the fore because they also want to be rewarded for the work that they've done for the party. They believe that the way, of course, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar were able to arm twist the Congress High Command, it's possible that if they, in fact, gather support and right outside the Chief Minister's residence, there could be some sort of a cabinet berth that could be waiting for them.
Absolutely. Even outside DCM residence, there were a lot of supporters. DCM DK Shivkumar residence, there were a lot of supporters of Nagendra and a few other MLAs demanding that they should also get the cabinet berth. We have also seen a massive protest outside Siddaramaia's residence, where the supporters of MLA GS Patil had demanded that he should be getting a cabinet berth. If you notice that in few pockets of Karnataka, wherever Siddaramaiah or DK Shivkumar had campaigned, they had promised the people, stating that if at all if you vote your MLA back to power, definitely he might be the next minister in the state of Karnataka. And there were a large number of people who have also voted for them, and now it is time for them to fulfill. But the Congress have the problem of too many, because they have 100 or around 135 seats across the state, and they have to go according to the caste, seniority as well as the region. So they have to take everything into consideration, and thereafter they have to allot cabinet berth to all those eligible MLAs. But when that will happen, and how much of repercussion that the party might face post cabinet berth, we need to wait and watch.
Okay, so guys, stay on with us. We've got more news that's coming in from Karnataka. Now, there won't be any power sharing between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar. Karnataka Minister MB Patil has confirmed that. He says that Siddaramaiah will complete a full 5-year tenure as Chief Minister. Says if there was any such power sharing formula, the Congress High Command would have informed them. Now, the two Congress veterans were both vying for the Karnataka Chief Minister's post after the Congress swept the elections in the state on May 13. Now, while the state Congress chief settled for a Deputy Chief Minister's post, that's DK Shivkumar, there was speculation of a 50-50 power sharing formula where both the leaders got to be the Chief Minister for 2.5 years each. But now MB Patil has clarified there is no power sharing formula. Sagai is joining us live from Bangaluru on this. But before that, let's listen in to what MB Patil had to say.
ಪವರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವರಿಷ್ಠರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದರ ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ACC ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ
power sharing formula is to share the power to the people of Karnataka. That's all.
My colleague Sagai is joining us live from Bangaluru on this. Sagai, MB Patil says that if there was a power sharing formula, we'd have been informed by the Congress High Command. But because they've not told us so, then clearly there is no power sharing formula. What are you hearing from your sources?
See, on the day when AICC had announced that Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister and DK Shivkumar will be the Deputy Chief Minister, there are a lot of speculation and reports stating that probably after 2 years or after 3 years or after Lok Sabha election, there might be change in the leadership where DK Shivkumar will take over as the next Chief Minister within this period. So, but now MB Patil, who is also one of the cabinet ministers in the state, have given a clarification that there is no power sharing. If at all, if there is a power sharing, AICC would have confirmed about this. And in fact, he has also given a clarification today saying that he was trying to reiterate the statements of KC Venugopal. While addressing a press conference in Delhi, KC Venugopal had said that there is no power sharing. If at all, if there is a power sharing, it will be with the people of Karnataka. So he is saying that he was trying to reiterate. He didn't say anything new or anything controversial. I was just trying to repeat what AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal said. So, but this particular statement from the cabinet minister has made a lot of noise in the state of Karnataka, where DK Shivkumar did not speak about this because he's been very vocal on that. Even talking to Rajdeep Sardesai during his interview, he said that he doesn't want to disclose the deliberation or negotiation which has happened during the time of negotiation between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar in Delhi.
Okay, Sagai, just stay on with us. Now, obviously, the BJP is mocking this after MB Patil's statement. What we're learning right now is that after DK Shivkumar's Chief Minister dreams suffer a big jolt, the BJP now mocks the Congress for dashing DK Shivkumar's hopes. Siddaramaiah loyalist rejects split CM post for DK Shivkumar. Now, BJP claims that Sidhu DK's government will be shaky. BJP takes ATM Sarkara jibe at the Siddaramaiah government. My colleague Sagai continues to be live with us. Sagai, as you were of course discussing about what MB Patil said, the BJP of course is using this opportunity to mock the Congress and specifically DK Shivkumar, saying he in fact bore all these aspirations to become Chief Minister of Karnataka. After the landslide win for the party, he did not become Chief Minister, and now there isn't a possibility that he will become Chief Minister in 2025 either.
Absolutely. If you notice that it has been served in a platter for a BJP, and they will continue to attack a Congress on the same lines, even if DK Shivkumar becomes the Chief Minister, or if he has been replaced by someone else, or Siddaramaiah has been replaced by DK Shivkumar, stating that they might target saying that Siddaramaiah has been humiliated if DK Shivkumar is replaced, or they will say that DK Shivkumar is humiliated because Siddaramaiah is hell-bent to stay back in the power. So it is served in a plate for BJP, and they will try to target on the same lines against the Congress in the days to come.
Okay, Sagai, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So this is, of course, an opportunity, as Sagai said, which has been served on a platter to the Bharatiya Janata Party to mock the Congress, with specifically DK Shivkumar saying clearly his chief ministerial hopes and dreams have suffered a blow after Siddaramaiah loyalist MB Patil has stated that there is no power-sharing formula. Government school teacher in Karnataka suspended after criticizing the new Siddaramaiah government on social media. While Congress claims the teacher violated government service rules, BJP cries foul, saying that the suspension was the new Congress government's high-handedness. Here's a report.
Siddaramaiah ಎಂಬ ಹೆಸರಿನ ನಾನು
Siddaramaiah taking oath as Chief Minister in a massive ceremony in Bangaluru over the weekend. Ushering in, as Rahul Gandhi calls it, Pyar Ki Dukaan.
नफरत के बाजार में कर्नाटक ने लाखों मोहब्बत की दुकानें खोली हैं.
But as Siddaramaiah was sworn in, a man paid the price minutes later for a post where he was critical of the now Chief Minister. This is Shantamurthy MG, a humble school teacher in Chitradurga. He has been suspended out of the blue by his school. Why? Because he shared a post slamming Siddaramaiah. The post claimed Karnataka's debt went up to 2,42,000 crores during his previous stint as Chief Minister from 2013 to 2018. More than the combined debt of past 5 CMs of the state, according to this post. And so he was suspended, supposedly for violating government service rules by mentioning the debts incurred during the previous government periods.
ಅದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೊಬೈಲು ಬೇರೆ ಬಳಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಗುಡುಗು ಮಿಂಚು ಇತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗನ ಕೈಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸರ್. ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಮೊಬೈಲನ್ನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ಆಯ್ತು, ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾರ್ದ ವಿಚಾರ. ಅದು ಯಾರೋ ಬೇರೆ ಹಿರೇಮಠ ಅಂತ ಯಾರೋ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಶೇರ್ ನನ್ನ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನ ಡಿಲೀಟು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾವು. ಅದು ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು.
His issue has snowballed into a political flashpoint in Karnataka. While Congress defended the suspension, saying government officers are bound by rules, BJP cried foul, saying the suspension was just the beginning of the death of democracy under Siddaramaiah.
the service rules, the department will have to take action, right? So if the department is saying that what he is shared or what he is voiced his opinion about the performance of the previous government, how the government is against the service rules, then the department will take action. It's nothing that the government has initiated action, right? The department has done so.
There have been 1,000 posts on social media. For example, there have been Congress supported few people have been lambasting Prime Minister, right, left and center. No one has suspended them. I think this is a high-handedness of the government officials to suspend this teacher only on a Facebook post. You can't suspend a person to please your political bosses. They have suspended him just to please the political bosses.
Is this censorship or a warranted crackdown as per norms? Either way, the Sidhu Sarkara has kicked off business on a stormy note.
The teacher alleged that there was no show cause notice or a warning which was being issued much before a suspension letter which was being issued to him. The Congress justified, stating that it is an education department which has issued a suspension order and it has nothing to do with the government. But BJP has hit out, stating that it shows the duplicity of the party. When it comes to BJP, they criticize the government, but when the ball is in their own court, they have justified their move. With Shivu Sagaraj reporting for India Today.
Now, heat wave mayhem continues to trouble residents across northern India. Heat wave alert has been issued in several cities of northern India as residents experience soaring mercury levels. Apart from Delhi, parts of Haryana and Punjab are also witnessing scorching heat with maximum temperatures crossing the 44-degree mark in some places. Now, this is the first widespread heat over such a large part, including parts of Uttar Pradesh, parts of Madhya Pradesh, and even covering isolated pockets of Jharkhand and West Bengal. Now, as per the Met Department, light rain showers are expected to bring relief in Delhi from Wednesday onwards for 3 to 4 days.
Chandigarh and Punjab grappling with heat wave. We are in Chandigarh right now. Let me show you. There are several people out here, all having a juice or something to drink. But it's getting really hot. It's somewhere over 40 degrees. Let's just try and have a word. कितनी गर्मी पड़ रही है यहाँ?
मैम, टेम्परेचर को कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन गर्मी काफी तेज है और हम टूरिस्ट हैं और हमारे को यहाँ पर देखने को मिला ठंडे पानी की व्यवस्था भी नहीं है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, कोई वाटर कूलर नहीं है, कोई कुछ भी नहीं है, पानी के लिए बहुत परेशान हो रहे हैं, तो हमें जूस पीना पड़ रहा है। पानी के लिए हम सिर्फ या तो बोतल खरीदें या फिर कोई कहीं पे भी मार्केट में कहीं ऐसा कोई वाटर कूलर या कुछ भी अवेलेबल नहीं है।
और लोगों से पूछते हैं कितनी गर्मी है?
बहुत तेज गर्मी है, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है, हालत खराब हो रही है हमारी तो बहुत ज्यादा। बाहर निकालने मतलब हम निकले तो हैं, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि घर में रहते तो बढ़िया रहता, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है, हालत खराब हो रही है।
So these are tourists, but let me tell you, this is where the vendors are out here, and obviously for them a lot of hard work, a lot of sweat, but also means a lot of business. But yes, advisories have now been issued because the temperatures are all set to rise, and this is where the advisories have been issued by both governments of Chandigarh as well as Punjab, and the administration here has alerted people to stay indoors at least during the peak hours of summer heat. With camera person Chandhiram, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Chandigarh for India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
Summers are devastating for stray animals. The scorching heat wave means animals living on the street struggle for water. Karma Foundation is on a mission to make life easy for stray animals.
This water bowl challenge is also one of such initiatives where we know during the scorching heats of summer has to provide the basic requirement for the health of the pet, which is water, and hence we are actually donating the water bowls.
These water bowls are a big relief for stray animals living under the open sky in sweltering weather. Karma Foundation has requested people to join their movement by placing a bowl of water outside their home or workplace. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 32 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangaluru, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 25 degrees.
Watching India Today.
Prime Minister Modi kickstarts the Australia tour by meeting with company CEOs and Australian businessmen. Former Australian Prime Minister Abbott hails Modi, calls him natural leader of free world. Old politics over new parliament. Opposition targets the Prime Minister over the inauguration. Claims insult to the President of India. BJP slams the Congress over parliament hypocrisy. Cites the examples of Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi. 2024 Gadbandhan talks fast track. Now Nitish intensifies mission opposition. Arvind Kejriwal to meet Mamata and Uddhav for support. Karnataka Mantri M.B. Patil says no power sharing. Claims Sidhu will remain Chief Minister for 5 years. NIA team visits London to probe the Indian mission attack. 5-member NIA team leaves for London to probe the mob attack on the Indian High Commission on the 19th of March. Navy's Made in India missile destroyer NS Mormugao in action hits supersonic sea skimming missile target with deadly accuracy. A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. Those were the headlines. I'm Sneha Murdani, and here's what our top focus at this hour. We're talking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is in Australia for the last leg of his three-nation tour. And his Australian visit is filled with big events. He kick-started his visit by meeting top Australian CEOs and businessmen. The Prime Minister met the executive chairman of Fortis Future Industries, among many other Australian businessmen. Amid much fanfare, the Prime Minister, a plane full of the Indian diaspora landed in Sydney with Indians donning tricolour turban. The diaspora booked a chartered plane and flew from Melbourne to Sydney only to meet the Prime Minister. Now, even when the Prime Minister landed in Sydney, he got a grand welcome from the Indian diaspora and Modi, Modi chants echoed across. The Prime Minister will attend a community event to celebrate diverse Indian diaspora. Almost 2 lakh Indians are set to pack the Sydney Stadium.
Right now we are in front of the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So a group of eight people, they have climbed this bridge and we have made the history. First it was Modi Airways in the morning 6:30 that took off from Melbourne to Sydney. That happened first time, and now we have climbed this harbour bridge. You can see here, this is Australia-India friendship climb, and we are here. There are 2 pillars. You can see that every friendship has 2 pillars. We have seen the friendship from Mahabharata, where we have Krishna, Arjuna, or where we have Krishna and Sudama. So similarly, Australian and Indian PM, they are meeting here. As we can see the tallest arc bridge in front of me, you can see that we are meeting our tallest leader of the world. You can see the excitement in the diaspora. What I can say, Namo is best, east or west, Namo is the best. And today we have gathered around 18,000 Indian diaspora who have come from different states to see or to hear their beloved Prime Minister Modi. I have written a song for him. If I get a chance, I would like to sing that song in front of this camera. Everyone will sing with me. Namo, 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 namo. Namo, 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 namo. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. नमो 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 नमो.
Vishal Monga is getting us all of those details, joining us from Sydney right now. Vishal, it's the kind of mood that you get to see from these reports, from these visuals, just speaking volumes of how popular really Prime Minister Narendra Modi is, and the kind of connect, which is just so interesting, and we've spoken about this for many years. I don't think anybody else had this kind of a connect with an Indian leader. Any members of the diaspora had this sort of a connect that Prime Minister has, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, we are here, and inside you can see that a lot of Indians, diaspora people have gathered here. Approximately, it's expected that 20,000 plus people would be here inside the stadium. We have some of the ladies, people from Indian diaspora who are here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You are here. How do you expect that this environment, how do you plan to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
I have come all the way from Melbourne to welcome our Narendra Modi. So it's an extremely overwhelming experience for all of us here in Australia. We have been living in Australia for past 20, 30 odd years, and it's such a proud moment that Modi ji is here today and the amount of things he is doing for India. And we are super proud to be Indians. We are proud that Modi ji is here today, and we just love Modi ji.
How big is this event? Do you see this kind of crowd normally in Melbourne or Australia?
We have around 25,000 odd people coming in here today, and I believe every state has been allocated different amount of tickets. I'm pretty sure thousands of people are coming from Melbourne as well. We did have a Modi Air airlines fly in from Melbourne this morning. So I have a lot of Modi fans coming along in the Modi Airways this morning as well for the event.
So you heard people have come not only from Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, Adelaide, Tasmania. A lot of people have come here, and it is expected that around 20,000 plus people would be here welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a superhero style.
That's right. You know, Vishal, of course, the excitement is for us to see right here with an entire plane of members of the Indian diaspora actually flying down to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But just talk to us a little about what really the plan is as far as today's bilaterals are concerned, and what next for the Prime Minister as part of his itinerary.
Yes, indeed. What I can tell you is that the program will start at around 5 o'clock and will go on for around 2 hours. And right now, the stadium is, you can see a lot of empty seats will really fill in within half an hour from now. Not only that people from Melbourne, but also the CEOs of top companies met Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, and the focus and the agenda was trade between India and Australia. That's very important. Tomorrow is a big day for Australia and India, where the bilateral talks would there will be bilateral talks between the Australian Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister. Let's again go back to the people who have come here. Now you've come here. How important are the ties between India and Australia?
To develop friendship, because I think it is going to create a very given, I would say that. But India and Australia have a very close friendship with respect to sport. We play cricket and we are tough competitors of each other with respect to anything. I believe many of us who have migrated to Australia have brought in the Indian culture here, try to mingle it along with the local community. While coming on the train, we all got compliments saying
I don't know you all, but the way they were shining, how colorful they are, that's what makes a great performance. Please give it up one more.
So you heard about the cultural ties, the wonderful sarees they're wearing, and also the colorful clothes the Indian wear. That is basically an eye-catching. But what I can tell you is that this event, after this event, there's important meeting between the Indian Prime Minister and the Australian Prime Minister. We can talk about the trade. Australia is trying to replace China and make India as one of the important economic partners so that they don't have to rely on China.
All right, Vishal, I'm going to thank you for getting us up to speed with that. Vishal Monga joining us from the historic Sydney Opera House there. Prime Minister Modi and top Australian CEOs had a fruitful meeting with much insightful discussions. And Australian CEOs were just awestruck by the Prime Minister. Listen in.
Prime Minister, of course, is a very impressive person who understands business, which is very encouraging as well. The Prime Minister talked about his dreams for India and his ethic, which was a really powerful message. Australian Super does invest in India, of course, and in particular the National Indian Infrastructure Fund. And we've had very good experience in investing in India.
We acknowledged together that the fossil fuel sector has only limited time to run, and it must be replaced with a fuel which causes no harm but can do everything which coal, oil and gas can do. I also thanked him for his humanitarian efforts. Under Prime Minister Modi, he's been able to spread economic growth throughout the grassroots of India. This has really helped with eliminating one country after another. We all have to do it, slavery from India, and I showed my gratitude for that.
You know, Australia really needs to work harder to develop its relations with India. You just need to look at the investment that has flowed to India from, I think it's about 60 different countries under Prime Minister. As you know, your wonderful Prime Minister came to office on a terribly important mantra, which was from red tape to red carpet. In other words, cut approvals, cut regulations, so you can welcome investment. And that's what he's done, and that's what he wants to do for his country.
Mr. Modi is the number one change maker in the sanitation space globally. Absolutely number one. There's no one comes close. I'm not a strong political person as such, but in terms of his social impact in this very important field, no one in the world has come close. The Swachh Bharat program it's the biggest sanitation infrastructure program in human history. Nothing comes close.
Earlier, my colleague Pooja Shali had a word with former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott. Listen in to what he had to say.
Joining me this morning is a special guest. Former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott, is joining us in this morning telecast. Mr. Abbott, I appreciate you giving us your time and speaking to India Today television. You've also met Prime Minister Modi earlier when you were the Prime Minister. There have been a lot of talks on trade agreements, on investment. How do you look at this moment right now as the Indian Prime Minister is back in Australia and there are a lot of meetings scheduled?
Wonderful to have Prime Minister Modi back in Australia. This is his first visit since 2014. Yes, there have been a number of Australian prime ministerial visits to India in the meantime, but regular visits at the top level between good friends are very important to developing the relationship. And I don't think India has a more prospective partner anywhere in the world than Australia. I think Australia has wonderful potential to be a source of resource security to India, as well as wonderful potential to be an additional security partner in a world which is at the moment looking quite unsettled, even dangerous.
Mr. Abbott, your meetings previously have been with Prime Minister Modi and focusing on boosting people-to-people ties, on economic relationships as well. Do you think that is something that needs to be, again, bridges that must be formed more? That is something that needs to be pushed ahead in this meeting as well?
As Prime Minister Modi himself said just yesterday, the nearly 1 million Australians of Indian background form a living bridge between our two countries. But I don't think that India should only be of interest to the Indian diaspora here in Australia. I think India should be of massive interest to the general Australian population. First, because India has enormous potential to substitute for China as a market and as a source of goods in our vital supply chains. And second, because India is the world's emerging democratic superpower. And in the world right now, we sure need another democratic superpower to help the United States to maintain a rules-based global order. This rules-based global order is under massive challenge, obviously from Russia in Ukraine, but in our part of the world, particularly from China. And this is where I think India has so much potential to be a force for good. India has democracy, the rule of law, to a considerable extent the English language, the world's common language. And this is why I think in the decades to come, if there is to be a leader of the free world, it's as likely to be the Indian Prime Minister as the American President.
Some top developments for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Australia. Let's take a quick look. The Prime Minister arrived in Sydney as part of the third and final leg of his three-nation tour. On Monday night, he was received by the Australian High Commissioner to India, Barry O'Farrell, and the officials upon his arrival. Members of the Indian diaspora gave a grand welcome. As he landed in Sydney last night, several Indians were seen sporting the tricolour, excited to meet their favourite leader. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a meeting with top Australian CEOs in Sydney. He pitched India among the top investment destinations of the world. He invited Australian CEOs to partner with India's growth story. About 170 Indian origin people took a chartered flight from Melbourne to Sydney to attend the Prime Minister's event. Members of the Indian Australian Diaspora Foundation, sporting tricolour-themed turbans and waving the national flag, danced their way to the flight named by the Prime Minister's supporters as Modi Airways. Welcome Modi, spelled by a recreational aircraft, contrails over Sydney sky before the Prime Minister's Indian community event at 1:30 p.m. Well, there's so many opportunities for viral moments, and let's take a look at some of them. The Prime Minister, of course, is on a three-nation tour. He's once again wowed the world with his fiery and yet subtle presence at the G7 summit in Hiroshima and Papua New Guinea. Modi, as always, has grabbed global eyeballs with the visits, and many moments among those have gone viral. Take a look.
Waiting animatedly to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden hugs the Indian Prime Minister in Japan. The US leader said he should ask for the Prime Minister's autograph. President Biden apparently enamored of the Indian Prime Minister's popularity in the United States. The White House already swamped by requests from American Indians wanting to attend Prime Minister Modi's programs during his state visit to Washington, D.C. next month. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese faces similar challenges. He jokingly complained that the community reception in honor of Prime Minister Modi in Sydney, scheduled for Tuesday, has been fully sold out. The venue, with a capacity of 20,000, is going to be a full house. But a large number of requests are still pouring in from Australian Indians for entry tickets. Prime Minister Modi shared a warm hug with his British counterpart Rishi Sunak. He's meeting with the Ukrainian president and mingling with diaspora Indians. Videos of Prime Minister Modi from Japan's Hiroshima hosting the G7 summit took social media by storm. And this clip from Papua New Guinea touched millions of hearts. Prime Minister Modi greeted with a traditional Indian gesture upon arrival by the Prime Minister of the island country in the Southwest Pacific Ocean. And on Monday, Prime Minister Modi conferred with the highest honor of Fiji by its premier in recognition of his global leadership. India's moment shines once again on the global stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, old politics over new parliament building. Opposition targets the Prime Minister over inauguration claims. Insult to the President of India. The BJP slams the Congress over parliament hypocrisy.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bangaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Opposition leaders are feeling for a united front against the Modi Sarkar. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Congress bigwigs Rahul Gandhi and Chief Mallikarjun Kharge in order to cement a roadmap for 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Meanwhile, Arvind Kejriwal is also meeting Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today to gain her support against the newly introduced ordinance. Here's more.
Battle lines are being drawn for the Lok Sabha polls in 2024. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is at forefront of the mission to unite the opposition. Nitish Kumar on Monday met Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi to discuss the roadmap to the grand finale. It was the second such meeting in the last 1.5 months.
It seems like Nitish Kumar is trying to become the glue which will hold all the opposition parties together. We have seen Nitish Kumar visiting states of Orissa, West Bengal and also Maharashtra. And now he's in the national capital knocking on the doors of the opposition leaders. Nitish Kumar now wants to make sure that over the next 3 to 4 days, all the opposition leaders come together. And that's exactly the point that the Congress party is also at the moment trying to make.
The meeting with Congress netas came a day after Nitish Kumar and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal called for opposition unity to take on the BJP.
अब आप जरा संविधान को देख लीजिए, क्या अधिकार है। जब गवर्नमेंट बनाई जाती है, इलेक्टेड सरकार बनती है, तो उनको जो अधिकार दिया गया है उसको कैसे आप हटा सकते हैं। इसलिए तो हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि सारे देश में सब लोग एकजुट हों, ताकि ये लोग संविधान का भी और किसी भी चीज का अपने ढंग से जो इधर से उधर कर रहे हैं और किस तरह का माहौल बन रहा है।
Meanwhile, Kejriwal is leaving no stone unturned in his fight against the centre. Delhi Chief Minister has sought support of all non-BJP parties on the services ordinance issued by the centre bypassing the Supreme Court verdict.
अगर सारा विपक्ष इकट्ठा हो जाता है, नॉन बीजेपी सारी पार्टियां इकट्ठी हो जाती हैं, तो एक तरह से राज्यसभा के अंदर अगर ये इसको बिल के रूप में लेके आते हैं तो इसको बिल के रूप में हराया जा सकता है राज्यसभा के अंदर। और अगर राज्यसभा के अंदर ये बिल हार गया तो ये एक तरह से 2024 का सेमीफाइनल होगा।
Kejriwal is also set to meet West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on Tuesday, followed by meetings with Uddhav Thackeray and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar on May 24th and 25th. Nitish Kumar has been meeting opposition and regional party leaders for a while now, and a mega opposition unity meet will also be held in Patna soon.
These are the part of the exercises which for a united opposition. Nitish Kumar ji is doing his job very well. You cannot expect a miracle in 1 day or 2 days. It is an ongoing process. We are on the process.
Will the upcoming meet set the platform for a cohesive opposition bloc? Bureau Report, India Today.
We have some more news just coming in. Jailed AAP leader Manish Sisodia has slammed the Prime Minister. Manish Sisodia says, very arrogant Prime Minister attacks. Sisodia says the Prime Minister has become very arrogant. Modi doesn't believe in democracy is what Manish Sisodia has said. He's a former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi and has been jailed for weeks together in connection with the excise policy scam.
मनीष जी ऑर्डिनेंस लेके आया केंद्र में
सर ऑर्डिनेंस से कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सर ऑर्डिनेंस एफकार हो गया है मोदी जी को ना वो लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं केजरीवाल जी के काम के लिए वो बहुत अहंकार में डूब गए मोदी जी
मनीष जी ऑर्डिनेंस लेके आया केंद्र में
सर ऑर्डिनेंस से कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सर ऑर्डिनेंस एफकार हो गया है मोदी जी को ना वो लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं केजरीवाल जी के काम के लिए वो बहुत अहंकार में डूब गए मोदी जी
Shrishti Oja is getting us more details. Shrishti, there, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, with that response against the Prime Minister, criticizing the Prime Minister. Of course, the AAP continues to say that this is a non-case. It's political vendetta.
Well, yes, Neha, like you said, definitely a direct attack against the Prime Minister on Centre's ordinance that has been brought in recently regarding Delhi administration. As we know, Manish Sisodia, who's Delhi's former deputy CM, is currently in custody in relation to the Delhi excise policy case. Today, he was produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue court as his custody in the money laundering case ended today. His judicial custody has today been extended to 1st June. So, yes, no relief on that front for Sisodia. However, when he was leaving court and he was confronted by the media and asked for a response about Centre's recent ordinance regarding Delhi administration, he has in an attack against the Prime Minister said that the Prime Minister has become very arrogant and has no respect for democracy whatsoever. He also said that Delhi CM and Arvind Kejriwal is doing a lot of work in Delhi, but the Prime Minister has become arrogant and doesn't believe in democracy. His exact words were बहुत अहंकार हो गया है मोदी जी को, ना वो लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं. This is what he said while leaving Rouse Avenue Court. He is definitely a direct attack against the centre and more so against the Prime Minister of the country by Delhi's former Deputy CM today. Back to you.
Right. Shrishi, I'm going to thank you for that quick update. Shrishi Oja with that report on what the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia said when confronted by reporters. Moving on, inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister has triggered a massive political firestorm. The Congress party accused the Prime Minister of breaching constitutional propriety, asserting that as the head of Parliament, President Draupadi Murmu should have been inaugurating the new building and not the Prime Minister. Congress accused the BJP of playing cheap politics and said that the office of the President has been reduced to mere tokenism. Even AAP lashed out at centre, calling it an insult to Murmu as the tribal and backward communities of the country. The TMC has alleged that the Prime Minister wanted to take credit for the new Parliament, hence is launching the same, saying that the new building is a total wastage of money. BJP, however, gave a befitting reply to the Congress, citing proof of the times when former Prime Ministers Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi inaugurated the Parliament House the next day and laid foundation stone of the Parliament Library.
जिस वक्त सेंटर विस्ता की बात आई उस वक्त भी इन्होंने निगेटिविटी और नकारात्मकता की बात की थी. उस वक्त भी कहा था कि ये कैसे बन रहा है, ये तो बन ही नहीं सकता. फिर कहा कि साहब ये पैसे का जो है वो दुरुपयोग हो रहा है. इनको मालूम नहीं, मोदी जी उस मिट्टी के बने हुए हैं कि जो संकल्प लेते हैं उस संकल्प को वो साकार करते हैं. और अभी जो 2, 4, 10 सीटें आपको या जितनी भी जनता देगी तो आप उसमें बैठेंगे तो आपके दिमाग में जो नकारात्मकता की बर्फ़ जमी हुई है वो थोड़ा सकारात्मक होगी.
दुख की बात यह है कि जब पूरा लोकतंत्र हर नागरिक गौरवान्वित महसूस करेगा उस वक्त कहीं ना कहीं हमेशा नकारात्मक राजनीति के लिए राहुल गांधी और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी जानी जाती है. आज इस तरह की खींच, इस तरह की नकारात्मकता क्यों सामने आ रही है? आप सपना देखते हैं, आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो सपना पूरा किया है और जिसको ये मोदी महल कहते हैं ये केवल इनकी जलन और ईर्ष्या है. वो मोदी महल नहीं है, ये एक अनूठी पहल है जिसका स्वागत हर नागरिक कर रहा है.
Parliament is not only of bricks and cements and steel. It is about the voices of people who are voiceless also. Will the mics be on in the new Parliament? That's the question we have to ask. Hope that the Prime Minister realizes that Parliament is the temple of democracy, means we should allow the opposition also to speak and their mics should also be on.
Actually, Mr. Modi wants to take credit for building a new Parliament House. In my mind, it is an unnecessary expenditure. It was not necessary. The old Parliament was serving very well. It would be jettisoning, it would be useless wastage of money. If it is to be inaugurated, let it be inaugurated by the President of India.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Dr. Farooq Abdullah's daughter, Safia, is mocking the G20 event in Kashmir. We're getting you that detailed report in just a minute.
You are watching India Today. are watching India Today.
Some news is coming in. NC patron Dr. Farooq Abdullah's daughter Safia has been slammed for malicious tweet. Mocking the G20 event in Naya Kashmir, Safia pointed to a policeman guarding the VVIP zone, claiming normalcy, in fact, is something that there's pretense of normalcy. Twitter has called out this elitist hypocrisy. Safia asked, isn't the cop guarding your home? Shameless, irresponsible Kashmiri elites. Casually, she puts the security men at risk. Also, the policeman protects her VVIP lane, and she's tweeted that particular photograph. Safia Abdullah Khan, daughter of NC patron Dr. Farooq Abdullah, has now put out this tweet. How to give an air of normalcy, hide the forces behind screens is what she says. She's put security men at risk by putting out this picture, essentially a policeman guarding several streets of Srinagar and the road leading up to the venue as well of the G20 summit that is going on in Srinagar as we speak. That is, in fact, being held as several leaders from various countries are in fact in Srinagar for the G20 summit. However, Dr. Farooq Abdullah's daughter has put out that tweet, in fact, showing that a policeman is standing behind the screen. How to give an air of normality is what she said, putting out that tweet. The question that Twitterati is now asking, and we're also asking, is whether this is not irresponsible of her. Is she not then putting security men at risk also, who are doing their job of ensuring security for this region at a time when the G20 summit is being held here? This is the G20 event in Kashmir, in Srinagar, the first international summit in years together, first international event in years together, with Dr. Farooq Abdullah's daughter Safia putting out that tweet. The question is, why should she in fact put out this picture, giving out details of where the security personnel are? Is she not risking them, is the big questions. And is security of this nature in any international event not normal? In fact, these are policemen who are protecting the VVIP lane where several political leaders stay. However, the daughter of Dr. Farooq Abdullah has chosen to put out that picture, taking a dig at the G20 summit, saying that things aren't normal and that all of this is fake. Gaurav Sawant is getting asked more details on that, a managing editor. Gaurav, this is upsetting at various levels. If things are moving to normalcy and if India has made an attempt to organize an international event of this nature, of this magnitude in Srinagar, why should somebody pull the country down also? Putting security men at risk by putting out their photograph. These are security men who also guard the lane in which several political leaders, including Dr. Farooq Abdullah, Safia's father, stays in.
In fact, Sneha, that's very well put. On various social media platforms, that these are security personnel who are deployed in Kashmir Valley to protect the people in Kashmir Valley from Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. And people like Safia Abdullah would know better, considering her brother is a former chief minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Her father is a member of parliament and former chief minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, and former chief minister of the state. And then former union minister. And yet, she puts out a picture which is then instantly shared by a radical Islamist terrorist organization called the Resistance Front, which is seen as a front of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So, this has led to a huge furor across the country, that why would such people who benefited so immensely for decades from security provided by the Indian state put out these images that would defame India. And that's the narrative that some people in the Kashmir Valley have been desperately trying to put out, that Kashmir is still, for example, Mehbooba Mufti saying Kashmir is like the Guantanamo Bay during the G20 working group. So this has led to a lot of unhappiness across quarters in the country, but then that's the narrative that some are trying to peddle. Neha.
You know, that's something I would say that maybe really isn't totally unexpected, Gaurav. But the fact is that at a time, a day when Srinagar city, of course, is also bustling with excitement, and obviously there will be security for an international, event of this nature. Why would you put the life of a security personnel at risk by doing what she's done, knowing how sensitive the situation is in this region, Gaurav? And should there not be action?
This year, the Jammu and Kashmir administration has put out figures saying a record number of 1.88 crore tourists have already visited Kashmir. This is 2022. Never before in the history of Jammu and Kashmir did 1.88 crore tourists visit Jammu and Kashmir. That is because terrorism is down. Unfortunately, there are some within the country who are looking not at the silver lining but at the dark cloud, despite being in power for decades in Kashmir Valley. You know, whether it's the Abdullahs or the Muftis, they've been in power for decades in the valley. Mehbooba Mufti, may say Kashmir is Guantanamo Bay. Terrorism started and she should answer those questions. Her father was Union Home Minister when terrorists were released because her sister was abducted by terrorists. She was Chief Minister and her party is considered to be very close to very undesirable elements in Jammu and Kashmir. So those who've enjoyed benefits of power, because there's a new leadership rising in Kashmir, and that's the question that is being asked. Are they feeling so upset that they are not at the helm of power and there is a new leadership that is coming up in Jammu and Kashmir? Is that why they're cribbing about sour grapes in the valley?
I'm going to thank you, Gaurav, for getting us those details. Our managing editor putting that important story into perspective. Let's now talk about Srinagar city, which is bustling with excitement as it hosts the G20 tourism meeting. This is the first time that Srinagar is hosting a global event of this nature since the abrogation of Article 370 in 2019. Houseboats and shikaras were illuminated with beautiful lights amid the G20 summit in the Union Territory. It provided a mesmerizing view to the delegates, expressed the region's unique cultural identity. Kashmiri folk songs and folk dance Rauf were performed as Jammu and Kashmir started with the G20 summit. The major focus behind this is to boost tourism in the state. Superstar Ram Charan danced to Oscar-winning Natu Natu from his movie RRR and was also seen teaching the steps to foreign delegates. He attended the Film, Tourism for Economic Growth and Cultural Preservation meeting.
As I invite on.
Various colourful sports events were organised by the Jammu and Kashmir Sports Council across Jammu and Kashmir amid the ongoing celebrations of G20. Players belonging to different sports activities participated in many events. Indian bureaucrat Amitabh Khan said that Kashmir is the best place for shooting films. He further said that the centre will provide assistance in shooting movies and shoot locations. Well, here's a report that my colleague Shweta Singh, in fact, is sent from Srinagar because it's an important day, an important time for the Union Territory. And we're talking about day 2 of the mega G20 meeting in Srinagar. Take a look.
श्रीनगर में एक तरफ पर्यटकों की गहमा गहमी है, दूसरी तरफ G20 के जो डेलीगेट्स आए हुए हैं उनका स्वागत सत्कार और बैठक चल रहे हैं। G20 की बैठक को लेकर भले बहुत पांव पटक लिए पाकिस्तान ने, लेकिन अब जो तस्वीरें हैं वो पूरी दुनिया देख रही है कि किस तरीके से जम्मू कश्मीर में एक इस स्तर के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। सुरक्षा व्यवस्था जरूर यहाँ पर चाक चौबंद है, लेकिन इसके साथ ही जरूरी है इस बात पर ध्यान देना भी कि कश्मीर की गति में कोई परिवर्तन नहीं आया है। आमतौर पर हम ये देखते हैं कि जब भी कोई बड़ा आयोजन होता रहा था इस क्षेत्र में सब कुछ बंद कर दिया जाता था, लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे तो सब कुछ सुचारू है, सब कुछ चल रहा है। चाहे आम लोग शिकारा राइड्स करना चाहते हो, चाहे फिर दुकानों में जाकर शॉपिंग करना चाहते हो, तो एक तरफ पर्यटक भी आ रहे हैं, पर्यटन भी यहाँ पर चल रहा है और दूसरी तरफ G20 की वो बैठक चल रही है।
Anash, in fact, a Foreign Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan, is in Srinagar as well and getting us the very latest on that. Geeta, give us a sense of what really is expected today as far as the G20 summit, the meeting is concerned. What really is on the itinerary?
Well, Sneha, it's not a summit. The summit is going to take place later this year in July, but this certainly is a very important meeting. Now, there are so many, over 200 G20 meetings that are taking place and will be taking place across the country. What is significant over here, and many of them, Sneha, we don't really cover because these are working group meetings. What's significant is that this is being held in Srinagar, and the chosen theme for which Srinagar was chosen as the destination is tourism. So we're talking about film tourism, we're talking about film diplomacy, and the participation itself goes to show how many countries, almost all barring a few, are endorsing India and India's stand on Kashmir. I just spoke to the South Korean ambassador to India just a while ago. He's been dancing with the stars, as also with the folk dancers of Kashmir last evening. We'll show you that as well, to show that yes, there is a lot of excitement, but it comes amid a lot of security. Kashmir is different. It's not like any other city. So we have a lot of restrictions in certain parts. There are reports of how life is going on as normal in certain parts like Lal Chowk, where people have not been restricted to do what they want to. But we're also given to understand that schools have been shut till Thursday. There is a massive security issue and concern. This is the Dal Lake. Dal Lake is huge, Sneha. So while we're talking about Shikara rides, it can't happen in this part of the Dal Lake. There are boats that are going only for protocol officers, ambassadors, diplomats. If you see the boats on the far end of this Dal Lake, they are all security boats at the far end of this area. And we are here at the Srinagar Sher Kashmir International Convention Center, which again, massive preparation to brief diplomats, to engage the diplomats. There are shamiana for a beautiful dinner that was laid out for the visiting dignitaries. So it's a massive affair trying to project Kashmir and India amid heightened security and control of this region and this area, where the diplomats and the delegates will be taken to all the important sites within Srinagar. Earlier, they were also to go to Gulmarg, but that plan has for now been cancelled.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Geeta, for getting us all of those details. Our Foreign Affairs Editor with her perspective on the G20 group meetings. Peak summers in many parts of the country, and we are talking about heat wave conditions. The mayhem continues to trouble residents across North India, particularly perturbed by increasing temperatures and heat wave-like conditions. Heat wave alert has been issued in several cities of northern India. Residents experience increasing mercury levels. Apart from Delhi, parts of Haryana and Punjab are witnessing scorching heat, maximum temperatures crossing the 44-degree mark in many places. This is the first widespread heat over such a large part, including parts of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and even covering isolated pockets of Jharkhand and West Bengal in the east. As per the Met Department, light rain showers are expected to bring relief in Delhi from Wednesday onwards, for 3 to 4 days.
Chandigarh and Punjab grappling with heat wave. We are in Chandigarh right now. Let me show you. There are several people out here, all having a juice or something to drink. But it's getting really hot. It's somewhere over 40 degrees. Let's just try and have a word. कितनी गर्मी पड़ रही है यहाँ?
मैम टेम्परेचर को कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन गर्मी काफी तेज है और हम टूरिस्ट हैं और हमारे को यहाँ पर देखने को मिला ठंडे पानी की व्यवस्था भी नहीं है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, कोई वाटर कूलर नहीं है, कोई कुछ भी नहीं है, पानी के लिए बहुत परेशान हो रहे हैं, तो हमें जूस पीना पड़ रहा है। पानी के लिए हम सिर्फ या तो बोतल खरीदें या फिर कोई कहीं पे भी मार्केट में कहीं ऐसा कोई वाटर कूलर या कुछ भी अवेलेबल नहीं है।
और लोगों से पूछते हैं कितनी गर्मी है?
बहुत तेज गर्मी है, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है, हालत खराब हो रही है हमारी तो बहुत ज्यादा। बाहर निकालने मतलब हम निकले तो हैं, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि घर में रहते तो बढ़िया रहता, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है, हालत खराब हो रही है।
So these are tourists, but let me tell you, this is where the vendors are out here, and obviously for them a lot of hard work, a lot of sweat, but also means a lot of business. But yes, advisories have now been issued because the temperatures are all set to rise, and this is where the advisories have been issued by both governments of Chandigarh as well as Punjab, and the administration here has alerted people to stay indoors at least during the peak hours of summer heat. With camera person Chandiram, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Chandigarh for India Today.
Moisture incursion is there in northwest India, and already Rajasthan, say 3 UTC temperatures have fallen slightly, so we are expecting that Rajasthan temperatures will fall slightly, but heat wave conditions will persist, and from tomorrow we will see amelioration because there is a fresh western disturbance coming, so medium upper level clouds will cover the sky, and moisture also incursion will start, so we are expecting that temperatures will start to fall over this entire region and heat wave conditions will ameliorate.
सर मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि लगातार गर्मी जो है वो तेजी के साथ बढ़ रही है। कल दिल्ली में 46 डिग्री के आसपास टेम्परेचर जो है वो पहुंचा है। आज की अगर बात करें तो क्या टेम्परेचर का स्तर है?
देखिए, आज के लिए हमने हीट वेव का अलर्ट, येलो अलर्ट जारी किया हुआ है, और आज जो है टेम्परेचर हमारे पास उन्हीं एरिया में लगभग जहां पर आप बात करें नजफगढ़ और मुजफ्फरपुर और साथ में देखेंगे पीतमपुरा, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के आसपास का जो एरिया है, यहाँ पर टेम्परेचर 45 से 46 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड आज भी रिकॉर्ड किया जाएगा, और जो कि आप कह सकते हैं हीट वेव की कंडीशन फुलफिल करेगा। तो दिल्ली में आज हीट वेव हमारे पास रहेगा, और जो बाकी आपका रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑब्जर्वेटरीज हैं वहाँ पर टेम्परेचर जैसे कि सफदरजंग में लगभग 43 और 44 के बीच में रिकॉर्ड किया जाएगा।
सर अगर मैप के जरिए समझे तो दिल्ली यहाँ में दिख रही है, उसके आसपास के एरिया के अंदर बादल जो है वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। क्या माना जाए कि बारिश की कब तक संभावना है या वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस है जो आएगा?
देखिए, अभी आप नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में प्लेन्स में देखेंगे तो दिल्ली के आसपास आपको ब्लैक सा एरिया दिख रहा है। इसका मतलब है हमारे पास इस एरिया में कोई भी क्लाउड नहीं है, जैसे यूपी में, दिल्ली में, हरियाणा में, पंजाब में और राजस्थान में ऑलमोस्ट क्लाउड हमारे पास नहीं है। इसका मतलब है स्काई क्लियर है, जो सन की एनर्जी है पूरी सफिशिएंट अमाउंट में आ रही है, इसलिए हमारे पास टेम्परेचर सिर्फ दिल्ली एनसीआर में नहीं, पूरे इन राज्यों में पंजाब, हरियाणा, पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश और नॉर्थ राजस्थान में भी बढ़ रही है, और ये आज बढ़ी रहेगी पूरे रीजन में।
All right, now situation remains rather tense as fresh violence is erupted in Manipur's capital city of Imphal. Abandoned thousands of Kuki community people were set on fire by mob on Monday. Security personnel reached the spot to douse the flames. Army and paramilitary forces were brought in to control the situation. Ban on internet services has also been extended for another 4 days, while 3 suspects have been apprehended. Meanwhile, Manipur Chief Minister expressed grief and said that police has arrested the arsonist and arms have been recovered from them. He also claimed that Union Home Minister Amit Shah is continuously monitoring the situation. The Chief Minister has asked people to have faith in the state government.
Arrested those 3 persons along with 2 arms and lodged them in police lockup. Though that area is under watch and surveillance with the police posts, army and the RAF is also there, the arms recovery has increased to 494 out of 1070 arms looted. The confidence building measures which were being done, they are being done as usual.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Bangaluru killer rapidly strikes once again. Open stormwater drains, road caves in and waterlogged streets after overnight rains. We're getting you more on the other side.
are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 32 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 25 degrees.
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Murdani at these times, only on India Today. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 32 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 25 degrees.
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Murdani at these times, only on India Today.
powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. This is Lunch Break and Sneha Mordani, and here are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi kickstarts the Australian tour by meeting with companies' CEOs and Australian businessmen. Former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott hails Modi, calls him a natural leader of free world. Old politics over new parliament. Opposition targets the Prime Minister over inauguration, claims insult to the President. BJP slams the Congress over parliament hypocrisy, cites Indira and Rajiv Gandhi's examples. '24 Gadbandhan talks fast-tracked. Nitish intensifies mission opposition. Arvind Kejriwal to meet Mamata and Uddhav for support. Karnataka Mantri M.B. Patil says no power sharing, claims Sidhu will remain the Chief Minister for 5 years. NIA team visits London to probe the Indian mission attack. 5-member NIA team leave for London to probe the attack, mob attack on the Indian High Commission on the 19th of March. Navy's Made in India missile destroyer INS Mormugao in action. Hit supersonic sea skimming missile target with deadly accuracy. Some news just coming in, and let's talk about Bangalore city, where the civic woes continue. The civic infrastructure crumbling in Bangalore due to rains. Once again, killer civic apathy exposed in the city. 4 feet sinkhole in Bangalore's BTM layout. Bangaluru arterial road caves in after rains earlier. A 32-year-old drowned in stormwater drain. The body of a man was found 5 kilometers away from the spot. Day after a techie drowned to death in the rains. Man falls into a Bangaluru drain and dies. A day after a techie drowned in the rains, we have in fact the civic infrastructure apathy exposed once again, as you can see clearly in these pictures. Potholes, open drains, and things just get worse as rains continue in the city. We're getting in these pictures from the BTM layout area of Bangalore city, where killer civic apathy is for us to see. A 4 feet sinkhole in Bengaluru's BTM layout area. The Bangaluru arterial road has once again caved in after overnight rains. Earlier, a man had drowned in storm water drain. Anaga is getting us more details on that story. Anaga, right now the expectations are that these things will be fixed in days and weeks to come. Given that civic woes have been a big problem for Bangalore city, what really is the plan to take things forward?
You know, Sneha, it's been about a week since the government has come to power, and now there is a sinkhole that has surfaced in BTM layout. In fact, it's a 4 feet deep sinkhole. It could be very dangerous to human lives. In fact, we're just heading there to take a look at the spot to check if BBMP officers have arrived. But, you know, the last time we checked, the BBMP officers had not arrived. And remember, this sinkhole had surfaced last night right in the middle of the road. Because of the heavy rainfall that has been lashing parts of Bengaluru, this sinkhole has now surfaced. Of course, the civic body has to buckle up and take measures to fix this before we lose any more human lives, like we did, like we lost Bhanu Rekha just 2 days back in KR Circle underpass.
You know, also as far as the problems are concerned, because it's the rainy season, and we look at the situation and we see the situation just after a night of rains. Is there any quick fix solution to deal with these problems, given that infrastructure upgradation and these things will take time? To avoid incidents of nature, is there a plan just yet?
even if you do a quick fix, like, put some soil inside and you make a temporary jugaad, I think it will still be very dangerous to human lives. If there is a truck or any human vehicle, it's very easy for this, for the vehicle to sink inside the hole. So any sort of quick fix is only a temporary solution, and even that temporary solution will cause grave threat to human lives, because any moment if somebody even stands there, who knows, they might just sink inside. So no sort of temporary fix can fix this. A permanent solution has to come into place. Of course, it is pretty natural for these things to happen, if there are adverse weather conditions. But the main thing is the civic body has to be swift in their action. They cannot wait for 18 hours like how they have done right now, until they wait for the media to come up with this news to be out. They have to be more proactive, find where the loopholes are, be prompt, be more proactive, and fix this instantly. Well, it's been about 18 hours now, and there has been no quick fix as of now.
Also, Anaga, I want to ask you, what are the civic authorities saying about these lapses?
The civic authority is just saying that they are doing their best to make things out. Every time there is an unfortunate incident of this sort, they just say that they will ensure that, that this will not repeat again. But time and again, when there is a rainfall, we keep seeing such instances. It keeps on repeating multiple times. Even if governments change, the civic body's apathy, the civic body's shoddy work is continuing the same. Even when we elected a new government, we would have expected better sort of action and not wait for the sinkhole to be there for 18 hours. It's been 18 hours now, nothing has been done so far. We need to wait and watch what action will the BBMP take from now on.
Yes, also I want to ask you, given that things will only get worse, Anaga, with the monsoons around the corner, the big question is, can the city then handle the monsoons?
Well, that's the responsibility of the government. That's the reason why we elected them to power, because we want them to take care of our infrastructure. That's the main reason, because Bangaluru houses people from not just Karnataka but from across India. We have people from even the northern part of India, from UP, Bihar, Delhi, Gujarat, from everywhere they are settled in Bangalore. So Bangaluru should be the #1 priority for the government. That is why we elected them to power, hoping that we would get better governance. We need to wait and watch in the days to come if this government will buckle up and fix the infrastructure of Bangalore.
All right. Bangalore needs help. Well, there is an FIR against the BBMP officials. The Chief Minister has reached out to the family, but the fact is that the problems still remain. Anaga, I'm going to thank you for getting us those details. Time now for top developments of the Prime Minister's visit to Australia. The Prime Minister arrived in Sydney as part of the third and final leg of his three-nation visit on Monday night. He was received by the Australian High Commissioner to India, Barry O'Farrell, and other officials upon his arrival. Members of the Indian diaspora gave a grand welcome in Australia as he landed in Sydney last night. Several Indians were seen sporting the tricolour, excited to meet their favourite leader. Prime Minister held a meeting with top Australian CEOs in Sydney. He pitched India among the top investment destinations in the world. The Prime Minister invited Australian CEOs to partner with India's growth story. About 170 Indian origin people took a chartered plane from Melbourne to Sydney to attend the Prime Minister's event. The members of the Indian-Australian Diaspora Foundation, sporting tricolour themed turbans and waving national flags, danced their way to the flight named by the Prime Minister's supporters as Modi Airways. Welcome Modi, spelled by recreational aircrafts, contrails over Sydney sky before the Prime Minister's Indian community event at 1:30 p.m. Prime Minister Minister Modi is in Australia for the last leg of his three-nation tour, and the country welcomed the Prime Minister in style. His name covered the skies of Sydney. Amid much fanfare, the Prime Minister, plane full of Indian diaspora, landed in Sydney with Indians donning the tricolour turban. About 170 people took a chartered flight from Melbourne to Sydney to attend the Prime Minister's grand event. The Prime Minister will attend a community event that celebrates diverse Indian diaspora. More than 20,000 members of the Indian diaspora have packed the Sydney Stadium, who are eagerly waiting for the Prime Minister's address. Even when Modi landed in Sydney, he got a grand welcome from the Indian diaspora, and Modi chants echoed across. These pictures are live on your screens right now. Let's take a listen.
Right now we are in front of the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So a group of eight people, they have climbed this bridge, and we have made the history. First it was Modi Airbase in the morning 6:30 that took off from Melbourne to Sydney. That happened first time, and now we have climbed this harbour bridge. You can see here, this is Australia-India friendship climb, and we are here. There are two pillars. You can see that every friendship has two pillars. We have seen the friendship from Mahabharata, where we have Krishna, Arjuna, or where we have Krishna and Sudama. So similarly, Australian and Indian PM, they are meeting here. As we can see the tallest arc bridge in front of me, you can see that we are meeting our tallest leader of the world. You can see the excitement in the diaspora. What I can say, Namo is best, east or west, Namo is the best. And today we have gathered around 18,000 Indian diaspora who have come from different states to see or to hear their beloved Prime Minister Modi. I have written a song for him. If I get a chance, I would like to sing that song in front of this camera. Everyone will sing with me. Namo, 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 namo. Namo, 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 namo. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. नमो 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 नमो.
Vishal Monga is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Sydney right now. Vishal, give us a sense of the mood there. Members of the Indian diaspora extremely excited. This is unheard of. An entire plane of Indians, members of the diaspora, flying down from Melbourne to Sydney to welcome the Prime Minister.
Yes, indeed. What I can tell you is right now I'm at the Sydney Olympic Stadium, and behind me, if I could get my camera person to show you the crowd, they've gathered here a large number, approximately 50,000 plus. Just minutes ago, there were a lot of people outside, but now they're the program will start at around 5 o'clock, and with the expectation that there will be a full house when what I can tell you is that it started 5 in the morning. People from not only Melbourne but also the Melbourne came here to see Prime Minister Modi, give him a warm welcome. And this is a huge Indian diaspora crowd that have gathered here in Sydney. This stadium is almost full. There is cultural events going on right now. This is just the start, and around 5 o'clock it is expected that Prime Minister would be here in the stadium, and he will really talk to the Indian diaspora, talk to the people. Prime Minister Modi has had a very busy schedule today morning. We met with a lot of top CEOs of Australia and voices in India. Now Australia and India are strategic partners, and now Australia wants to focus from India, where they want to get the situation of trade between India and Australia should grow. That is why people, not only the cultural ties.
We'll just come back to you in a moment from now. Vishal is getting us all of those details from Sydney. The Prime Minister on a three-nation tour is once again wowed the world with his fiery and yet subtle presence at the G7 summit in Hiroshima and Papua New Guinea. Modi's always grabbed global eyeballs with his visits, and many moments among those who've gone viral. Take a look.
Waiting animatedly to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Joe Biden hugs the Indian Prime Minister in Japan. The US leader said he should ask for the Prime Minister's autograph. President Biden apparently enamored of the Indian Prime Minister's popularity in the United States. The White House already swamped by requests from American Indians wanting to attend Prime Minister Modi's programs during his state visit to Washington, D.C. next month. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese faces similar challenges. He jokingly complained that the community reception in honor of Prime Minister Modi in Sydney, scheduled for Tuesday, has been fully sold out. The venue, with a capacity of 20,000, is going to be a full house. But a large number of requests are still pouring in from Australian Indians for entry tickets. Prime Minister Modi shared a warm hug with his British counterpart Rishi Sunak. He's meeting with the Ukrainian president and mingling with diaspora Indians. Videos of Prime Minister Modi from Japan's Hiroshima hosting the G7 summit took social media by storm. And this clip from Papua New Guinea touched millions of hearts. Prime Minister Modi greeted with a traditional Indian gesture upon arrival by the Prime Minister of the island country in the Southwest Pacific Ocean. And on Monday, Prime Minister Modi conferred with the highest honor of Fiji by its premier in recognition of his global leadership. India's moment shines once again on the global stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
Moving on, inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister has triggered massive political firestorm. The Congress party has accused the Prime Minister of breaching constitutional propriety, asserting that as the head of Parliament, the President should have inaugurated the new building and not Modi. Congress has accused the BJP of playing cheap politics and said that the office of the President has been reduced to mere tokenism. Even AAP lashed out at the centre, calling it an insult to Murmu as well as the tribal and backward communities of the country. TMC has alleged that the Prime Minister wanted to take credit for the new Parliament. Hence, he is launching the same, stating that the new building is a total waste of money. BJP, however, gave a befitting reply to the Congress, citing proof of the times and former Prime Ministers like Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi inaugurated the Parliament House in XC and had laid the foundation stone of the Parliament Library as well.
जिस वक्त सेंटर विस्ता की बात आई उस वक्त भी इन्होंने निगेटिविटी और नकारात्मकता की बात की थी। उस वक्त भी कहा था कि ये कैसे बन रहा है, ये तो बन ही नहीं सकता। फिर कहा कि साहब ये पैसे का जो है वो दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। इनको मालूम नहीं, मोदी जी उस मिट्टी के बने हुए हैं कि जो संकल्प लेते हैं उस संकल्प को वो साकार करते हैं। और अभी जो 2, 4, 10 सीटें आपको या जितनी भी जनता देगी तो आप उसमें बैठेंगे तो आपके दिमाग में जो नकारात्मकता की बर्फ़ जमी हुई है वो थोड़ा सकारात्मक होगी।
दुख की बात यह है कि जब पूरा लोकतंत्र हर नागरिक गौरवान्वित महसूस करेगा उस वक्त कहीं ना कहीं हमेशा नकारात्मक राजनीति के लिए राहुल गांधी और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी जानी जाती है। आज इस तरह की खींच, इस तरह की नकारात्मकता क्यों सामने आ रही है? आप सपना देखते हैं, आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो सपना पूरा किया है और जिसको ये मोदी महल कहते हैं ये केवल इनकी जलन और ईर्ष्या है, वो मोदी महल नहीं है, ये एक अनूठी पहल है जिसका स्वागत हर नागरिक कर रहा है।
Parliament is not only of bricks and cements and steel. It is about the voices of people who are voiceless also. Will the mics be on in the new Parliament? That's the question we have to ask. Hope that the Prime Minister realizes that Parliament is the temple of democracy, means we should allow the opposition also to speak and their mics should also be on.
Actually, Mr. Modi wants to take credit for building a new Parliament House. In my mind, it is an unnecessary expenditure. It was not necessary. The old Parliament was serving very well. It would be jettisoning, it would be useless wastage of money. If it is to be inaugurated, let it be inaugurated by the President of India.
Aishwarya Paliwal is getting us more details on that story. Aishwarya, the BJP has its counter ready that previous prime ministers also like Indira and Rajiv Gandhi had inaugurated Parliament Library, for example, the annexed seat too. So what is the Congress really crying foul about? Does the Congress have an answer to that? Also, I want to ask you that some parties continue to say that this is wastage of the money that belongs to the people. This is an argument by many, but the government has justified the new parliament and the need for it, isn't it?
Well, let me tell you, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Sneha are all set for the big inauguration that will take place on the 28th of March. Let me tell you, the worshipping part, the puja actually will begin early in the morning and then the program will proceed by about 11:30 in the morning. Let me also tell you what the Congress Party is saying. Congress Party is now questioning why the President is not the one who's inaugurating this building and why is it the Prime Minister who's doing so. Bharatiya Janata Party on the other side, it's a tit-for-tat game, Sneha, that's taking place. The BJP on the other side has come out with videos which show Rajiv Gandhi, also Indira Gandhi, inaugurating some parts of the Parliament building. So definitely there's a tug of war that's taking place. Let me also tell you, Sneha, there is a very real possibility some of the opposition parties, in fact, might also decline the invitation given by the BJP because they believe that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister are trying to take over something that belongs to the country, and that's the reason why some opposition parties, especially Congress at the moment, are questioning why it's only the Prime Minister who's inaugurating and not the President. Sneha.
Aishwarya, I'm going to thank you for getting us that detailed report. Aishwarya Paliwal with what really is going on as far as the politics over the new Parliament building is concerned. Well, opposition leaders are rallying for a united front against the Modi Sarkar. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Congress bigwigs Rahul Gandhi and Chief Mallikarjun Kharge in order to cement a roadmap for 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Meanwhile, AAP convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is also meeting Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today to gain her support against the newly introduced ordinance. Here's more.
Battle lines are being drawn for the Lok Sabha polls in 2024. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is at forefront of the mission to unite the opposition. Nitish Kumar on Monday met Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi to discuss the roadmap to the grand finale. It was the second such meeting in the last 1.5 months.
It seems like Nitish Kumar is trying to become the glue which will hold all the opposition parties together. We have seen Nitish Kumar visiting states of Orissa, West Bengal and also Maharashtra. And now he's in the national capital knocking on the doors of the opposition leaders. Nitish Kumar now wants to make sure that over the next 3 to 4 days, all the opposition leaders come together. And that's exactly the point that the Congress party is also at the moment trying to make.
The meeting with Congress netas came a day after Nitish Kumar and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal called for opposition unity to take on the BJP.
अब आप जरा संविधान को देख लीजिए, क्या अधिकार है। जब गवर्नमेंट बनाई जाती है, इलेक्टेड सरकार बनती है, तो उनको जो अधिकार दिया गया है उसको कैसे आप हटा सकते हैं। इसलिए तो हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि सारे देश में सब लोग एकजुट हों ताकि ये लोग संविधान का भी और किसी भी चीज का अपने ढंग से जो इधर से उधर कर रहे हैं और किस तरह का माहौल बन रहा है।
Meanwhile, Kejriwal is leaving no stone unturned in his fight against the centre. Delhi Chief Minister has sought support of all non-BJP parties on the services ordinance issued by the centre bypassing the Supreme Court verdict.
अगर सारा विपक्ष इकट्ठा हो जाता है, नॉन बीजेपी सारी पार्टियां इकट्ठी हो जाती हैं, तो एक तरह से राज्यसभा के अंदर अगर ये इसको बिल के रूप में लेके आते हैं तो इसको बिल के रूप में हराया जा सकता है राज्यसभा के अंदर। और अगर राज्यसभा के अंदर ये बिल हार गया तो ये एक तरह से 2024 का सेमीफाइनल होगा।
ऑर्डिनेंस का इनकार हो गया है मोदी जी को, ना वो लोकतंत्र को मानते हैं, केजरीवाल जी के काम के लिए बहुत बेकार डूब गए मोदी जी।
Kejriwal is also set to meet West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on Tuesday, followed by meetings with Uddhav Thackeray and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar on May 24th and 25th. Nitish Kumar has been meeting opposition and regional party leaders for a while now, and a mega opposition unity meet will also be held in Patna soon.
The Prime Minister has reached Sydney and he is in Australia, remember, for the last leg of his three-nation tour. We have pictures coming in from Sydney right now. These are live pictures on your screens of the members of the Indian diaspora ready to welcome the Prime Minister in style.
Manish bhai,
reaffirming the close bonds between our beautiful countries, Australia and India. Jai Hind!
Pictures from Australia's historic Sydney Opera House right now. Vishal Monga is there getting us the very latest as far as the colour is concerned. Vishal, if you could give us a sense of what really is going on. Are these rehearsals that are on?
Yes, indeed. You can hear the chant of the Prime Minister Modi. And what I can tell you is that there's almost a packed house here at the Sydney Olympic Stadium. We can see a lot of people, around 20,000 plus people from Indian diaspora have come up from various cities, from Melbourne, from Adelaide, from Perth. So there was a special flight, chartered flight from Melbourne to Sydney, and these people have come here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Throughout the day, yesterday, we were speaking to a lot of people. They say that Prime Minister Modi has made India proud, and that is why they want to welcome him, to make him feel as if he is at home. Now, the Gujarati community is a very big community here, Gujarati community, Punjabi community, and you can see the people here are mostly from Gujarati community and Punjabi community, and also from the South India. But indeed, it's a huge welcome from the diaspora of Australia, Indian diaspora from Australia, where they're welcoming Prime Minister Modi with all kinds of cultural events. And you can see just now there's a cultural event going on inside the stadium. Just after a time, few minutes when Prime Minister Modi would be inside the stadium.
On humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Holia Dance Academy. so much. Look how gorgeous they look. Incredible stuff, ladies. You are fantastic. One more time, a warm round of applause for the Holia Dance Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a fantastic night. Thank you all for being here. This night could not have occurred without all of our fantastic supporters, whom we so appreciate and whom we are so grateful for.
I'd like to thank Acorn Lawyers, New India Assurance, Canberra Business and Technology College, Trinity Institute Australia, Link Group, Star Property Group and MNB Variety Awards. Thank you for your support.
This event will also not be possible without the support of BFS Business Services, Western Union, Joyful Designs and IT Solutions, Astral Skills Institute of Australia, the Education Centre of Australia, and Health 360 Units.
Last but not least, our MSS Security, one of the biggest security companies in the world. Another great Bank of India, the Union Bank of India, the Bank of Baroda, the State Bank of India, Tata Consultancy Services Australia, last but not least, the Mahindra Group. Thank you, one and all. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our wonderful supporters. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a very short 15-minute break, so feel free to use the amenity sites or go to the bathroom. But remember, we are not far away from seeing the man we've all come to see here. So please give a round of cheers. But Niti has something to say and share with you all.
I do have something to say and share with you all. I do have something to say and share with you all. I have written a small poem. Whether it is good or bad, I would love for everyone to cheer and applaud me. So मेरे प्यारे दोस्तों, सुनियो. एक प्यासा ही काफ़ी है सागर तक जाने के लिए. एक हवा का झोंका ही काफ़ी है ठंडक फैलाने के लिए. एक चिंगारी ही काफ़ी है उत्क्रांति लाने के लिए. ऑस्ट्रेलिया, आपका देश प्रेम ही काफ़ी है मोदी जी को आने के लिए. Everyone, we will see you after the break. Enjoy.
Please enjoy.
COVID in China.
Threat of global pandemic.
The evolving situation in China.
The looming threat of war.
Horrifying video appears to show the beheading of Ukrainian
and
soldiers.
climate change hitting the planet faster than ever.
Cyclone Nilsa is the most powerful.
The world faces multiple challenges.
Getting you all the details of the celebrations and the grand welcome that has been planned for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Sydney. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
quality today. In Delhi, 99. In Mumbai, 59. In Kolkata, 73. In Bangaluru, 61. In Chennai, 51. In Hyderabad, 128.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. We're getting you all the details of the Prime Minister's visit to Australia, and in fact, celebrations are currently underway. The Prime Minister, of course, is in the country for the last leg of his three-nation tour. Australia's welcoming the Prime Minister in style. His name covered the skies of Sydney. These pictures are in fact coming in from the Opera House in Sydney right now, where members of the diaspora have in fact organized a grand welcome ceremony for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rehearsals for the grand welcome ceremony of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is to begin in just some time from now. Vishal, what more can you tell us?
Under the Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency, MUDRA, to providing security, such as the abolishment of triple talaq that has granted equality to Muslim women. A new vigor defines India's Nari Shakti, women power.
Vishal, in fact, is in Sydney, getting us the very latest. Vishal, if you can hear me, give us a sense of the mood there. Really, the rehearsals are on, and as the members of the diaspora just wait for the Prime Minister to be a part of this grand welcome ceremony for him.
Yes, indeed, this is a grand welcome ceremony from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What I can tell you is that a lot of people have gathered here from different walks of life. Around more than 20,000 Indian diaspora people have gathered here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If I could tell my camera person to show you the visual, the stadium is full jam-packed. It's just a matter of time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be entering and he will be addressing the Indian diaspora here. He has had a very important meeting with the CEOs of top CEOs of Australia.
With Vishal in a few moments from now, but pictures are in fact from Sydney right now, where members of the diaspora are rehearsing. This is a grand welcome ceremony for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is to start at 1:30. Members of the diaspora, about 20,000 of them, right now in Sydney at the Opera House, where the preparations are currently underway. Vishal continues to be with us. Before we lost him briefly, Vishal, you talking to us about the kind of enthusiasm that we've been seeing for days together now, and this really isn't unexpected, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. The preparation for this grand event started around 1 month ago. We were talking to the organizers. They said they had to really make a lot of preparations, and there was a lot of demand for the tickets for this program. What I can tell you is that it's a totally full house show here at Sydney Olympic Stadium. Indians from various walks of life, from top businessmen to also from students have come here, and they are basically trying to really talk to, they want to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If you see the stage behind me, the stage is being prepared right now. There's people who've come here and they're waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to really come in and try and speak to them. There's huge excitement among the Indian diaspora here. They've been waiting from last 1 month. We were talking to the organizers. There was a sudden rush for the tickets. And not only people from Sydney, but people from Melbourne have come here. Special started flight. They landed here and they are here for especially this event. Now, I was talking to some of the people who live in the regional areas of Australia, and they basically told me that there is a lot of excitement among the people here in Australia.
And with Vishal in a few moments from now, even as we stay with those pictures. But let's now take a look at this report. My colleague, in fact, Pooja, spoke exclusively to former Australian Prime Minister. He was on praises for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Joining me this morning is a special guest. Former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott, is joining us in this morning telecast. Mr. Abbott, I appreciate you giving us your time and speaking to India Today television. You've also met Prime Minister Modi earlier when you were the Prime Minister. There have been a lot of talks on trade agreements, on investment. How do you look at this moment right now as the Indian Prime Minister is back in Australia and there are a lot of meetings scheduled?
Wonderful to have Prime Minister Modi back in Australia. This is his first visit since 2014. Yes, there have been a number of Australian prime ministerial visits to India in the meantime, but regular visits at the top level between good friends are very important to developing the relationship. And I don't think India has a more prospective partner anywhere in the world than Australia. I think Australia has wonderful potential to be a source of resource security to India, as well as wonderful potential to be an additional security partner in a world which is at the moment looking quite unsettled, even dangerous.
Mr. Abbott, your meetings previously have been with Prime Minister Modi and focusing on boosting people-to-people ties, on economic relationships as well. Do you think that is something that needs to be, again, bridges that must be formed more? That is something that needs to be pushed ahead in this meeting as well?
As Prime Minister Modi himself said just yesterday, the nearly 1 million Australians of Indian background form a living bridge between our two countries. But I don't think that India should only be of interest to the Indian diaspora here in Australia. I think India should be of massive interest to the general Australian population. First, because India has enormous potential to substitute for China as a market and as a source of goods in our vital supply chains. And second, because India is the world's emerging democratic superpower, and in the world right now, we sure need another democratic superpower to help the United States to maintain a rules-based global order. This rules-based global order is under massive challenge, obviously from Russia in Ukraine, but in our part of the world, particularly from China. And this is where I think India has so much potential to be a force for good. India has democracy, the rule of law, to a considerable extent the English language, the world's common language. And this is why I think in the decades to come, if there is to be a leader of the free world, it's as likely to be the Indian Prime Minister as the American President.
How do you see the Adani Group stocks? Is it safe to now invest in Adani Group stocks, or is there still some more uncertainty or some more walls of worry to be climbed going forward?
So, there will always be uncertainty with respect to investing in stocks, right? So, in a perfect secure market, there is no risk and then there is no gain. So, I believe that the risk factors will persist. But, I'd like to make 3 or 4 points which I think are at the bedrock of the post-Hindenburg story, and why I think that the valuations are a compelling buy for the sector as a whole for the group. So number one is that the SEBI clearance is coming in, which clearly indicates that there is no corporate misgovernance that took place, right? And the stocks fell purely because of external factors. They're nothing to do with the business. So with the external factor being minimized of risk, I think the stock should climb the walls of worry. Second thing, what has happened is that, in the mayhem that ensued, the Adani debt, which was listed internationally, the management has gone and done certain...
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 44 and minimum 32 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 32 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangaluru, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 39 and minimum 25 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
Good afternoon and welcome on the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. All eyes on Modi interaction with the diaspora. Desi diaspora Dhamal in Sydney. Musical extravaganza ahead of Modi's show. 20,000 strong crowd awaits Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi kick-starting the Australia tour by meeting with company CEOs and Australian businessmen. Former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott hails PM Modi, calls him a natural leader of the free world in an exclusive interview to India Today. But there's also 2024 Gathbandhan talks that are getting fast-tracked. Nitish Kumar intensifies mission opposition. Arvind Kejriwal will be meeting Mamata Banerjee and Uddhav Thackeray for support. Karnataka's Mantri MB Patil may just have slipped out a revelation, saying no power-sharing formula, claims Siddaramaiah will remain Chief Minister for 5 years. The National Investigation Team visits London to probe the Indian mission attack. 5-member NIA team leaving for London to probe the Khalistan extremist attack on Indian High Commission on 19th March. Let's go across now directly to Sydney in Australia. That's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is, and what an arrangement that has been made by the Indian diaspora for him. He's been welcomed in style, the name covered with the skies of Sydney. Your screens, preparations for the same are in full swing. We are talking about 20,000 members of the Indian diaspora set to pack the Sydney Stadium eagerly waiting for the mega address. Amid the much fanfare, there was an aircraft full of Indian diaspora that they booked from Melbourne to Sydney and donning the tricolour turban.
Australia देशं प्रति स्वागतं व्याहरामः संस्कृत भाषा भावैक्यतां सूत्रीकृताः अभिनन्दनानि स्वागतं सुस्वागतं च
ಭಾರತದ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಡ್ನಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಂಘ
ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಸ್ತ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗರೂ ನಾಡು ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೇಲಿಯಾ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ.
All right, so you're looking at the visuals of these are, remember, arrangements and preparations, all of that has been made. And I've been speaking since morning to members of the Indian diaspora who've been eagerly waiting, who were at that point outside the stadium. But look at all the dole dhamaka that is all ready for Prime Minister Modi. We are being told that there have been cultural performances, addresses that have been arranged as well. There are some Australian celebrity personalities as well who have been invited to be a part of this event, because this is as much about showcasing Indian cultural heritage and bonds, but also a friendship between Australia and India. Remember, there's a massive population of the Indian diaspora in Australia, and with this visit that has come of the Prime Minister, whole stadium has been booked for this event and the cultural performances right now. Let's dip in to a bit for some of the sound and music show.
தமிழின் பெருமையை இந்தியாவின் பெருமையாக உலகெங்கும் பறைசாற்றும் பாரத பிரதமர் மோடி அவர்களே, ஆஸ்திரேலியா வாழ் தமிழர்கள் அனைவரும் உங்களை அன்புடன்
नमस्कार आदरणीय मोदी जी, सिडनी रे अवस्थित समस्त ओडिशावासी तरफ आपको स्वागत जनाऊँ।
स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो कि भारतमाला परिकल्पना परि अनेक विकास पथरे आपणकर अवदान ओडिशा पे अतुलनीय एवं से आपको अनेक धन्यवाद जनाऊँ।
गुजराती तरीके अमरा माटे एटली गौरवपूर्ण बात है कि જ્યારે સિડનીના મેટ્રો કોચિસ મેકિંગ ઇન્ડિયા અંતર્ગત વડોદરા શહેરમાં બનેલા છે।
તમે છેલ્લે 2014 માં આવ્યા હતા, ત્યારબાદ 2023 માં આવી રહ્યા છો। અમને 9 વર્ષ રાહ જોતાઈ છે। અમે ઈચ્છીએ કે તમે વારંવાર આવો અને આટલા જ ઉમળકાથી અમે સૌ તમારું સ્વાગત કરીએ।
Gujarat to Odisha to Kerala, there are different states in their respective regional languages have decided to welcome Prime Minister Modi. The event, this huge community event, is at the Kuros Bank Arena in Sydney Olympic Park. That's where our senior journalist Vishal Munga is also present right now. Vishal, over to you. What is the mood like? And 20,000 people who've gathered.
Yes, indeed. What I can tell you is that more than 20,000 people have gathered here and they're eagerly awaiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What they want is to hear from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They've been desperately waiting for him for weeks. They've been making preparations. There was an elaborate dance program that was going just a few minutes ago. And now from various states, they've gathered their welcome. They've gathered their words to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Just not a few minutes when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be on this stage, where you can see back behind me, that stage has been set up and it's just not a few minutes that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be there, and he would be greeted by a huge crowd over 20,000 plus crowd, which is considered to be a very big crowd for this arena. Now, I can tell you is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had a very busy schedule today morning. He met the CEOs of top Australian companies and discussed about investing in India. After that, he met some of the influencers from Australian media, and then after this, he is coming to this cultural program. This cultural program, people are waiting for him. For Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come. You can see the slogans being raised about Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to welcome him in a heroic style so that when he comes here, he realizes how big the Indian diaspora here in Australia is.
All right, Vishal, I can hear, apart from your voice, that loud cheer also coming from behind. So before Prime Minister Modi arrives, this mega cultural performances and the celebration that's been on, all decked up in their best Indian wear. They have decided to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Just look at that top angle view of the stadium as well, completely packed. We're talking about 20,000 people in there right now.
India, India, India!
Oi, oi, oi!
India, India, India! Well done, guys. There is going to be a counter up on the screen very shortly. Modi, Prime Minister Modi. There it is. It's on the screen. He is 52 minutes away. We are into the final hour. Thank you all for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Not only do we have Modi in the house in 52 minutes, we also have the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, very shortly. This is live footage, ladies and gentlemen. That's our Prime Minister, Mr. Anthony Albanese, with our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong.
Fantastic. How are you boys enjoying the performances today?
I'm absolutely loving them.
What was your favorite one, Wayne?
I have to say, everyone has taken so much care. All of the beautiful dance moves, all of the dance schools have been incredible. But all of the patriotism, the Bolly fit for me was a standout. How about you, Arian?
Absolutely. Well, if you missed on any of the dances or want to recap, please feast your eyes to the screen and you'll see a highlights reel. Enjoy.
Organized this cultural performances, and you can see the effort that has gone on. We are being told, as we just heard, that about 50 minutes away is Prime Minister Modi, but Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has already reached. In just a few minutes, he'll be there at the location. And look at the effort. This, remember, looks like no ordinary show. Must have taken weeks, if not months, of all the preparations with regard to the dance performances, the arrangements. Remember, there has been an aircraft of 170 people of the Indian diaspora who've arrived from an aircraft that was fully packed, fully booked, to a stadium fully booked. That also speaks highly about the Indian diaspora's achievements and reach across Australia in the past few years. Remember, the relationship between Australia and India has only improved in the previous few years, and that's the focus on trade, investment, but also education and more.
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम
वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम एक ही साथ चलेंगे
है।
एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम।
एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। वसुधैव 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 कुटुंबकम। एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। इस पल में हमें जीना है, हंसना और मुस्कुराना है।
एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम।
एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। वसुधैव 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 कुटुंबकम। एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम।
वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्।
वन्दे मातरम् 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 वसुधैव 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 कुटुंबकम। एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। वसुधैव 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 कुटुंबकम। एक ही साथ चलेंगे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम।
दद्दी दण्डत् दिन्द दद्दी दण्णां दिन्द दद्दी दण्डत् दिन्द दद्दी दण्णां दिन्द दद्दी दिन दिन्त दिन्त दिन दिन्त जुन्नु दक्किट दिन्त जिन् दिन्त जुन्नु दत्त दिन्त दिन दिन्त जुन्नु दक्किट दिन्त दिन दिन्त जिन् दत्त दिन्त दिन दिन्त दिन दक्किट दिन्त दिन
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
All right, just minutes to go before Prime Minister Modi interacts and reaches out with to the diaspora there at this Koro Stadium. But Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese hailing Prime Minister Modi and India's democracy as well. Australian Prime Minister has said that diaspora is making Australia's democracy vibrant. Albanese has said privileged to host Prime Minister Modi and the Indian diaspora. This is a big statement that is coming in, remember. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said making Australia's democracy vibrant. This is a word to the diaspora that is settled in Australia, that have of course assimilated to the Australian life but keeping their Indian roots and culture intact. Australian Prime Minister Albanese has hailed Prime Minister Modi and India's democracy as well, saying privileged to host Modi and the diaspora. This is the big meeting. It's the final leg, the third leg of the three-nation tour that the Prime Minister has been on, that started with Japan, Hiroshima, and then was in Papua New Guinea and Fiji, and now here in Australia. Australia and India in the past few years have had strong friendly relationship, which, remember, benefits not just the Indian diaspora, but also trade and investment ties between Australia and India. So after the Australian Prime Minister's visit to India, now Australian Prime Minister hosting and has invited PM Modi to come and said this.
To welcome Prime Minister Modi to Australia today. It will be our sixth meeting that we've had together since I was sworn in as Prime Minister 1 year ago today. It shows how important the relationship between Australia and India is. India will grow to be the third largest economy in the world. It's already the most populous country in the world, and it's an important neighbour in the Indian Ocean that we share. And that is why this is a relationship that we need to invest in. Tonight I will have the privilege of joining Prime Minister Modi on stage at Kudos Bank Arena in Sydney. This event will celebrate Australia's large and vibrant Indian community. And Australia is a better place because of the contribution of the Indian diaspora. They have brought the spirit of the world's largest democracy to Australia and helped make our democracy stronger and more inclusive. Prime Minister Modi and I are optimistic that we'll conclude discussions on the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement before the end of the year. That will create Australian jobs, helping our industries prosper, sparking growth and innovation. When I was in India in March, we announced the presence of opening of the first ever foreign university to operate in India, Deakin University, that will be operating in Gujarat, and it will be followed by Wollongong University, again providing such an important arrangement.
So that was the statement by the Australian Prime Minister, and this is just minutes to go before Prime Minister Modi arrives. These are live visuals coming in from the stadium where the event and the cultural performances are on. Of course, the big highlight will be when Prime Minister Modi arrives. Remember, it's been very interesting, whether it's United States of America, Japan or Australia. The Indian diaspora in any of these countries have left no stone unturned to throw a grand welcome, put forth cultural performances. And now in Australia, I want to go across to this stadium, the Olympic Park in Sydney, where my colleague and senior journalist Vishal Munga is also present. All right, Vishal, over to you now. So that was a big statement that has come in from the Australian Prime Minister, hailing PM Modi and the democracy, but also saying Indian diaspora adding to the democracy in Australia.
Yes, indeed, the Indian diaspora is a very strong community here in Australia. A lot of Indians have come here over a period of last 8 months after the liberalization of the immigration policy. What I can tell you is that this stadium is supposed to be jam-packed, around 20,000 plus people from various cities of Australia, Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, everywhere. They come here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and we heard the Australian Prime Minister still say that the Indian community making the democratic spectrum value scale very strong because they believe in democracy, and also they do not commit any crime. They pay their taxes on time, and they do not really create any problem within the community, because that I think is obvious. They understand how important contribution by the Indian community into Australia. And Australia now wants to take it over to India, where they try to really now, and see Albanese has clearly said that they want not only the cultural ties, people ties, but also strong clear ties with India.
That's right, Vishal. What you're telling us is also very significant. Remember, Indian diaspora, or Indian Australians, so to say, are one of the largest Indian diaspora groups, and therefore adding to the democracy of Australia, but also adding to the diversity of the country while keeping their roots intact. We are being told that they represent 3.1% of the Australian population and have been adding, of course, not just to the resources of Australia, but look at the connect they have kept about traditions and culture back home. Many of these children may have been born in Australia and yet still so rooted. Listen into the reactions coming in.
To be able to run democratic elections on a routine basis with a minimum of any kinds of allegations of wrongdoing. Now, the fact that India has been doing that for 70 years is truly extraordinary. In fact, prior quantitative studies of democracy have shown India to be an extreme outlier in that India is predicted by quantitative models to have become a non-democratic country immediately on independence, pretty much the same way that Pakistan did. And the fact that India's trajectory has been so much more positive is a testament to Indians, not only to Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi is only the latest in a long succession of Indian prime ministers who have respected the outcomes of elections. And while that may sound like the most basic thing, of course, everyone respects the outcomes of elections. All we have to do is look to my own country, to the United States, to see that that's not always the case, even in the best institutionalized democracies. I think Indians can be very proud of their democracy.
And also, if you have a question, and also, how do you like to say about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership in different sectors, in different aspects globally, leading from the front in terms of climate change, sustainable development, and several other factors for that matter?
Mr. Modi is, of course, highly reputable, not only in India, but on the global stage. Someone once asked me, since I do write a lot of humor and I poke fun at things, I'm a good-natured person, why don't you ever make fun of Mr. Modi? And I tell them it's because it's impossible to make fun of Mr. Modi. He doesn't give you anything to make fun of because he is simply he has such gravitas in everything he does. Now, of course, Mr. Modi is very well respected, as you would expect on the international stage, and he has been a leader on the international stage, but not as much of a leader as I think India deserves. Which is to say that we just saw the G7 summit. The G7 is a grouping of the world's largest democracies. It's essentially the economic policy-making apparatus of the world's democracies, and yet India, as one of the world's largest democratic economies, was only a guest at the G7. I think it's clear that we should have a G8, that the G7 doesn't make sense without India. For a long time, people have been saying the G7 doesn't make sense without China, but the simple fact is China may have a large economy, but it's not a democracy. Having a G7 without India just is untenable. And I think we're likely to see, long before India becomes a permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations, we're likely to see India becoming a permanent member of a reconfigured G8.
Any comments on India's G20?
All right, so remember that was Salvatore Babones, who's also visited India several times and has now been able to meet Prime Minister Modi in Australia, from where he belongs. And this, remember, is just one of the many faces from Australia who have met Prime Minister Modi, or actually are at the stadium to interact and meet Prime Minister Modi as well. So it's not just about the Indian diaspora. This is about people-to-people links and ties. Even Australians who have no Indian connect have met Prime Minister Modi. There have been Australian businessmen, now to my colleague there at the stadium inside right now, Vishal Monga. Vishal, over to you. So, when are we expecting Prime Minister Modi to arrive at the stadium, and what about the cultural performances also that have been at play?
Yes, what I can tell you is that people are desperately waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to welcome them. So they're desperately waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it is expected that from 10 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Australian Prime Minister, would be here. Just behind me, you can see the team. People have gathered here in large numbers. A big Indian community, more than 20,000 plus crowd, totally jam-packed and waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come. And people from all walks of life and from various cities have come here to Sydney to meet and greet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Everything is a lot of people. They say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has really made them proud. He's raised up issues related to the Indian community with the Australian Prime Minister, and that is why this is very important. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very crucial meeting with the Australian visitors, where he told them that India is the right place to invest. Now, Australian CEOs in the Australian businesses are making some options. They want to really shift from China towards India, which is very important. That is the main case. And Australian policy is also favorable towards India. It doesn't see India only as a social or cultural partner, but also a strategic partner, a finance partner. That is why a huge warm welcome is expected from the Indian diaspora, who have come here in large number to meet the Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
That's correct, Vishal, because in the half an hour itself, I've seen the Ghumar dance from Rajasthan, Bharatnatyam from Tamil Nadu, other state dance or folk songs as well. So that again reflecting the one level of diversity that we have had in India. And we can see, I'm sure, that some of the Australians also sitting there right now looking at all this diverse nature of our culture. But of course, the highlights will be best saved when Prime Minister Modi will be arriving. We're talking about 20,000 people at the Kuros Arena in Sydney in Australia, and 20,000 people there inside the stadium. We're being told it's completely packed. All the tickets have been booked. There was an aircraft that was fully loaded that had come by the diaspora. So now, after other states, it's the turn of, as it looks like, the dance from Assam.
নষ্ট করে কুঞ্জনা কুঞ্জনা সেই ছবিখান নষ্ট করে কুঞ্জনা কুঞ্জনা তোমার ঘরে বসত করে কয়জনা মন জানো না তোমার ঘরে বসত করে কয়জনা কালো জলে কুচলা তলে ডুবলো সনাতন আজ সারানা কাল সারানা পাই যে দর্শন লাল পাহাড়ের দেশে যাবি হারিয়ার মাদল পাবি প্রেমরদের আদর পাবি রে ও নাগর একেবারে মানাইছে নাই রে ফাগুনের মোহনায় মন মাতানো মহুয়ায় রঙ্গিনী বিহুর নেশা কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনের মোহনায় কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় ও মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় কন্যার তোর ভাবনা ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় রে ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় ও মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় কন্যার তোর ভাবনা ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় রে ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় কোন চেনা দেশের তরে তোর সাথে ইতে পান্তর মোর মনের প্রজাপতি নাচি নাচি ঘুরি ঘুরি উড়ি উড়ি উড়ে যায় মন হারানোর ঠিকানায় ফাগুনের মোহনায় মন মাতানো মহুয়ায় রঙ্গিনী বিহুর নেশা কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনের মোহনায়
I can only imagine the long list of all the performances they have had, and given it's India, you'll still be short on time, but not short or no dearth of the performances with regard to the diversity this country represents. Vishal Monga joining me right now. Vishal, this is only the start. So, of course, I'm sure they've saved the best when Prime Minister Modi arrives. But what are you picking up on the itinerary? What can we expect when the Prime Minister arrives? Is there going to be an address right away? Is there going to be performances before that? Any specific special surprise that's been planned? Anything that you're picking on about this big event? All right, Vishal, I'll come back to you in just a short while. We'll get that audio corrected. Remember, it's packed stadium right now. It's not really easy to get to speak to Vishal also at this time. But you're looking at another performances that's on the ground. And I'll try to replay all that's unfolded in the past as well. So, different states, different dance performances, and of course, all are waiting for the moment when Prime Minister Modi arrives. Meanwhile, Australian Prime Minister has appreciated not only the Indian diaspora, but the arrival of PM Modi as well. I'm leaving you with these visuals. Enjoy, but stay tuned. I'm right back after with more news and updates.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bangaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Australia, will be at the Sydney Stadium in just the next few minutes. And what a massive extravaganza that the Indian diaspora has prepared. This is the last leg of the three-nation tour. The country welcomed Prime Minister Modi in style. His name even covered the skies of Sydney. This community event, where there are about 20,000 people waiting to see Prime Minister Modi, will celebrate the diversity of the diaspora. They've assimilated with the Australian life but have kept their culture alive and roots that they are still connected to. We are talking about the Indian diaspora, which is one of the largest diasporas in the world of the Indian community. And in just the next few minutes, we'll have that arrival of the Prime Minister. Remember, before this, there was an aircraft full of the Indian diaspora that they had booked to land in Sydney from Melbourne to catch a glimpse and try to interact with the Prime Minister. About 170 people had taken this chartered aircraft to attend this grand event. Even when Prime Minister Modi landed in Sydney last evening, we saw a grand welcome that was there by the diaspora from different states of the country. Look at these visuals from the airport, wearing the tricolour turban, and now when the Prime Minister had arrived, meeting the diaspora late last evening. Kids, elderly, all of them excited, enthusiastic to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. But today, we are expecting an address by the Prime Minister as well. That will be the interesting bit.
Well, we're just welcoming Modi, Prime Minister here in Sydney, and, we are very excited to see him. So we are, he's a great person. He's a, great Prime Minister, and we all welcoming here.
Since he came as the Prime Minister of India, I've seen that reputation and the international value of India has increased. I've been here since 19 years. And before 2014, Indians were poor Indians. And since then, suddenly, brand image of Indians has been increased.
Right now, we are in front of the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge. So, a group of eight people, they have climbed this bridge, and we have made the history. First, it was Modi Airways in the morning, 6:30. That took off from Melbourne to Sydney. That happened first time, and now we have climbed this harbour bridge. You can see here, this is Australia-India friendship climb, and we are here. There are two pillars. You can see that every friendship has two pillars. We have seen the friendship from Mahabharata, where we have Krishna, Arjuna, or where we have Krishna and Sudama. So similarly, Australian and Indian PM, they are meeting here. As we can see the tallest arc bridge in front of me, you can see that we are meeting our tallest leader of the world. You can see the excitement in the diaspora. What I can say, Namo is best, east or west, Namo is the best. And today we have gathered around 18,000 Indian diaspora who have come from different states to see or to hear their beloved Prime Minister Modi. I have written a song for him. If I get a chance, I would like to sing that song in front of this camera. Everyone will sing with me. Namo, 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 oh, namo, namo. Namo, 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 namo. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. सूरज सा तेज दिखे जिसमें तारों सी जगमग हो. नमो 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 नमो.
Remember, apart from meeting the diaspora, the visit actually kick-started by meeting top Australian CEOs, business honchos and Aussie CEOs were just awestruck as it appeared. Here's what and how the meeting unfolded. Take a look at what were the reactions like.
The Prime Minister is such an incredible man. I feel very lucky to
have met him, and I can see that he really cares about the country and the vision. The Prime Minister is an incredible influencer, and I think coming from humble beginnings and standing up as this leader in the country, he's done such incredible work and really taken people on a journey and made people feel heard. And I think sitting with him today and having a conversation made me realise just how personable he is and really engaged.
Prime Minister, of course, is a very impressive person who understands business, which is very encouraging as well. The Prime Minister talked about his dreams for India and his ethic, which was a really powerful message. Australian Super does invest in India, of course, and in particular the National Indian Infrastructure Fund. And we've had very good experience in investing in
प्रधानमंत्रियों का सिडनी में भव्य कार्यक्रम और ये भारतीय संस्कृति की झलक साफ तौर पे दिखाई पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री को रेड कारपेट के साथ में उनका इस्तकबाल किया है।
All right, so these are some of the reactions that have come in after meeting the business launches. Remember, trade and investment is on top priority for Prime Minister's visit as well, to ensure that it's one people-to-people link, but also more than that, remember, to ensure that they will be able to have investment between Australia and India. Let's go across again to Vishal Moga for the latest on that. Vishal, so how much time for the Prime Minister to arrive? And, you know, even I am surprised that while we've been talking, there is just no dearth of all the cultural performances and the diversity that our country has to offer. It's been about 1 hour since we've been interacting, and yet it's one after another different performances that we get to see.
Yes, the preparation for this whole event started around 1.5 months from now, when it was decided that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be coming and he will be addressing a gathering of Indian diaspora here in Sydney. Now, a lot of people have come across from Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, and they're here to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Various dance groups, not only from Sydney, also from different other cities of Australia, have come here to perform before Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as you can see, it's just a matter of time, around 10 to 15 minutes from now, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here. He'll be welcomed by around a strong crowd of 20,000 plus, which is a very big crowd according to Australian standards. The Australian politicians cannot gather this kind of crowd here in Australia. So here you see a strong crowd of Indian community who come here to welcome Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister of Australia will also be along with him. That's very important. Now, what I can tell you is that people are desperately waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come here, and it's just around 10 to 15 minutes from now when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be in this arena addressing the big Indian diaspora. They've been waiting since morning to hear from him about India. Now, I can tell you is that I've been talking to several people here. They say that they feel proud that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has really built up good cultural ties with Australia, and also is now becoming a strategic partner of Australia.
Vishal, stay on with me because Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the Sydney Stadium, and this is the Kudos Arena in Sydney. And finally, that much awaited arrival, of course, accompanying him to receive him is the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and we'll be of course cutting across to that visual. Yes, Vishal, go ahead. So the Prime Minister has arrived, and in the next few minutes he's likely to be inside the stadium.
Yes, as you told, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already arrived in the arena, and just within a few minutes from now he will be inside the stadium addressing a huge gathering of Australians, Indians who have gathered here in large number to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They want to hear from Prime Minister Narendra Modi about India. This is a very strong gathering here. This really comprises of top businessmen, also top people of Indian community here in Australia, and also students who make up a large community here in Australia. Now, students are a big brand ambassadors of India. who come here in large number and rarely settle down and get permanent residency. These students come from various states of India, Punjab, Gujarat, South India, and that is how they contributed to the community. Even the Australian Prime Minister clearly said that the Australian community, Indian Australian community has been contributing not only to the society but also to the culturally rich society community of Australia. They have made their democratic values very strong here in Australia. So that has been a strong contribution of Indian community here in Australia. And what I can tell you is just few minutes.
With me, Vishal. So that's the first visual of Prime Minister Narendra Modi entering toward the stadium, acknowledging with the Namaste greetings to already the diaspora that's been outside the stadium as well. Remember, it's not just about meeting the diaspora and the bilateral talks as well, which are of course scheduled with the Australian counterpart, but there's also a dinner that the Australian Prime Minister will be hosting for Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that will be then followed by meetings with the Australian governor as well. There's already been meetings with the CEOs, business leaders, and now the community event. Of course, community event is one of the most weighted because that's where the whole cultural extravaganza is, and it's worth noticing how in every country that Prime Minister Modi visits, the Indian diaspora comes all out, and it is only comparable one after another how they ensure that it is the biggest in their country, and in Australia, the Indian diaspora is one of the largest communities as well. So a handshake there, a photo opportunity, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi got down from his vehicle, a few words exchanged and heading inside the stadium. Yes, Vishal, go ahead. So we're expecting, of course, an address also by the Prime Minister in just a short while. But it's worth noticing how Prime Minister of Australia, Albanese, also had praised India, Indian diaspora, and of course, Prime Minister Modi's arrival. बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हजारों की तरीके से भारतीय परंपरागत तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत हो रहा है और वहां पर प्रधानमंत्री Remember Vishal Monga, our colleague as well in Sydney, is at the stadium and is trying to ensure that he gets the best view, the best spot to get you the latest coming in from inside the stadium in Sydney. So these are the visuals coming in from just about a few seconds ago as Prime Minister Modi arrived. Remember, Prime Minister was actually scheduled to attend the Quad Summit in Australia, but the event was cancelled last week, and that's why then they met in Hiroshima in Japan. That was the first leg of the meeting for the Prime Minister, and now ending it with, of course, this mega community event at the Kuros Arena in Sydney Olympic Park. Even in Japan, there was the Indian diaspora that he had met. So was in the island nations, in Papua New Guinea, in Fiji as well. There was enough Indian diaspora that he had interacted with. But now with the enthusiasm that we have seen here, the cultural diversity at play, and also to the credit of the Indian diaspora that they may have assimilated and are doing so well in Australia, but still so connected to the roots.
झंडों के साथ आप देख सकते हैं किस प्रकार से दोनों देशों की दोस्ती और आगे एक तरीके से बढ़ती दिखाई.
So this is very interesting. What you're looking is at a native Australian ceremony that's taking place, and this is not just about, like I said, about the Indian diaspora. This is also about as much about Australian culture. Prime Minister Albanese is trying to explain about the native culture, the welcoming ceremony, and how to acknowledge it, appreciate it. He's explaining to the Prime Minister. And these are, of course, the visuals from just about a short while ago. So this is about acknowledging and appreciating each other's culture. As Prime Minister Albanese said, that Indian diaspora is adding to the diversity, to the democracy of Australia with their representation and work. It's been hectic parleys, remember, for the past few days since Prime Minister Modi first went to Japan and then in Australia.
और उसके बाद इस कम्युनिटी इवेंट से पहले हम देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर जो दोनों देशों की अपनी एक सांस्कृतिक परंपरा है, उसके तहत यहाँ पर दोनों नेताओं का स्वागत हो रहा है. ये तस्वीर है उसी इवेंट की और ये सिडनी से सीधे तस्वीर. और अब से कुछ देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हजारों की संख्या में पहुंचे हुए तमाम लोगों को संबोधित करेंगे. तमाम एनआरआईज, तमाम भारतीय समुदाय से जुड़े हुए लोग और तमाम ऑस्ट्रेलियाई लोग भी प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने के लिए पहुंचे हैं. और लगातार तस्वीरें सिडनी से जो आ रही हैं वो बताती हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने देखने के लिए जो क्रेज है वो अपने आप में अद्वितीय है. हमने पहले भी देखा कि किस प्रकार से जो ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री वो इस बात का जिक्र कर चुके हैं कि उस इवेंट की सीमित संख्या या कहा जाए हजारों की संख्या होने के बाद भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग जाना चाहते हैं इस इवेंट को सुनने और देखने के लिए, लेकिन हजारों की संख्या में लोगों के आने के बाद भी, उनको अनुमति देने के बाद भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोगों को अनुमति नहीं दी जा पा रही, क्योंकि वो पूरा हॉल एक तरीके से फुल है। तो ये दर्शाता है प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने आने वाले लोगों की संख्या को, कि कैसे ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी, सिडनी में भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को देखने सुनने के लिए बहुत बड़ी संख्या में, हजारों की संख्या में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री 3 देशों की यात्रा पे थे। जापान से शुरुआत करने के बाद पापुआ न्यू गिनी और उसके बाद अब अंतिम चरण में ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्रधानमंत्री पहुंचे हुए। हमने देखा कि आज भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का सुबह से बेहद महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम था। तमाम बड़े बड़े बिजनेस लीडर्स के साथ, जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं, उनके साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मुलाकात की है और भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में किस प्रकार से आगे मिलकर सहयोग को बढ़ाया जा सकता है उस पर साफ तौर से बात हुई। इतना ही नहीं, तमाम ऐसे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक बड़ा नामचीन लोग हैं, उन्होंने भी आकर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी से मुलाकात की है, जो इस बात को दर्शाता है कि तमाम ऑस्ट्रेलियाई लोगों में या ऑस्ट्रेलिया के तमाम नामचीन लोगों में भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को लेकर किस प्रकार का क्रेज है। ये तस्वीरें हमने लगातार देखी हैं और अब कम्युनिटी इवेंट पे प्रधानमंत्री का पहुंचना, और अब से कुछ ही देर में वो तस्वीरें भी हमारे सामने होंगी जब प्रधानमंत्री इस पूरे इवेंट को संबोधित करेंगे। ये बेहद महत्वपूर्ण, क्योंकि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के आपसी संबंधों के लिहाज से बात की जाए तो महज 2-3 महीने पहले ही ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री हिंदुस्तान थे और उस वक्त भी हमने उनके जो दोनों देशों के नेताओं की केमिस्ट्री थी वो देखा था। क्रिकेट डिप्लोमेसी भी देखने को मिली थी। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच के क्रिकेट मैच पे देखने के लिए दोनों देशों के प्रधानमंत्री पहुंचे थे और प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज ने बहुत खुशी जाहिर की थी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री और भारत के द्वारा उनके जो स्वागत किया गया था, और भारत के साथ संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ये बेहतर मौका। और महज 2-3 महीने में के अंदर ही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाना ये दिखाता है, दर्शाता है कि किस प्रकार से भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया मिलकर तमाम क्षेत्रों में सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तत्पर और उत्सुक नजर आ रहे हैं। दोनों नेताओं के चेहरों की खुशी इस बात को इंगित करती है कि तमाम ऐसे क्षेत्रों को खोजा गया है जिन पर अब दोनों देश मिलकर सहयोग।
All right, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the stadium in Sydney, where the Indian diaspora have clearly arranged an extravaganza. That's the first visual of Prime Minister Modi entering into the stadium. Remember, this is the largest entertainment and sporting arena of Australia, and that's where the Indian diaspora has managed to book the event. This is after ensuring a fully loaded aircraft with 170 diaspora members who wanted to be a part of this event came from Melbourne to Sydney because they did not want to miss meeting and interacting and being a part of this event. You're also looking at a native Australian ceremony to welcome, where the Australian Prime Minister is helping Prime Minister Modi understand what it's about. And this shows the cultural ties. It's as much about Indian diaspora, it's also to understand the Australian culture. It's a friendship that benefits both Australia and India. It's not just about the Indian diaspora working there or going there for education, but it's as much about the Australian business community with trade and investment for those who are interested to visit, to live in India, and that importantly will be all discussed. We are being told that the trade ties have only been strengthened in the past few years, and now it's adding on to it. Now, if you were wondering why is it just about this meeting, we earlier spoke to the former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott as well. He was all praises for the Prime Minister Modi and said India is at a juncture of becoming a global superpower, and we need another democratic government, a country that can become the next superpower as well. So, of course, all praises there, and this you're looking at. Let's listen in to the religious prayers and ceremony on display.
मंत्रोच्चार का वहाँ पे आयोजन होता है, वो परंपरागत तस्वीरें भी साफ तौर पर देखने को मिल रही है। इससे पहले हमने देखा कि ऑस्ट्रेलियाई परंपरा के अनुसार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का स्वागत किया गया, और यहाँ पर भारतीय जो संस्कृति है, भारतीय परंपरा है, उसकी मान्यताओं के आधार पर किसी मेहमान का जब स्वागत करते हैं।
Joining me now in this telecast is our managing editor Gaurav Sawant with the latest. Gaurav, what an extravaganza this has been, but it is beyond that, isn't it? It's also about prominent Australian public figures. It's about people from different diverse fields interacting with each other and boosting India-Australia ties.
So the Indian diaspora is the fastest growing diaspora in Australia. As of now, just about the same as the Chinese, but far more powerful, far more positive impact as Australians themselves put it to the development of Australia. And what a change. So initially, when Indians were there in Australia, the buzz was that they're involved in a lot of blue-collar jobs. But, as delivery people, or involved in other factories. But right now, when you talk about Indians in Australia, it's all about CEOs of big companies. It's all about Indians being
very in large numbers going there for education, going there for tourism, it's almost 500,000 strong Indian diaspora and growing. Contributing positively to Australia's economy and to Australia's society. So this is something that the Australians are very positive about. They're looking forward to. Incidentally, there was also a report that said how the Sanatan Dharma is growing at a rapid pace in Australia, spreading its wings and education far and wide. So that is something that's also being talked about in Australia, as is the very strong economic, cultural and military relationship between the two countries, Pooja.
And also look at the level to which they have managed to organize this. This also speaks highly of the Indian diaspora and its achievements in Australia. Booking a full aircraft, booking a stadium as big as this one in Australia, which is the largest sporting entertainment arena, ensuring that they have the diaspora, they have the cultural ties to display. This also shows that the Indian diaspora is managing to make its mark in Australia, Gaurav.
It indeed is. And look at this warm hug. Look at this warm hug between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. One, their personal chemistry. Two, the fact that they're meeting multiple times in the same year. You'd recall in March, around the time that we were all celebrating Holi, the Australian Prime Minister was in India, and he was in India. They'd gone to the Narendra Modi Stadium in Gujarat. They saw the India-Australia match, and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese even spoke about it. The crowd, of course, there was much bigger, 90,000 people. And he said, when you come to Australia, there's going to be a grand event. Of course, not 90,000, but even this hall is packed to capacity with 20,000 people. So they met then in Gujarat. Then they met again in Hiroshima. They're meeting again now in Sydney. And in September again, they'll be meeting in the national capital in Delhi when India hosts the G20 as the president of G20. So imagine when heads of state of two powerful democracies are meeting 4 to 5 times in the same year on multiple platforms, bilateral, multilateral platforms. It just goes on to show how powerful the democracies and economies are. And many in Australia are already saying that while India today is the 5th largest economy, in the next 5 years, it's going to be the 3rd largest economy after the United States of America and China. And it's growing so fast that's in Australia's interest to be good friends with India.
Also, Gaurav, let's talk about how the world is watching this. The Western world clearly watching how India and Australia ties are getting stronger. India is being noticed. India is ensuring that it's not just Japan and Australia, but also the Indo-Pacific Islands. And with the visit to Papua New Guinea in this tour, it's sending out a message that it will not always be how the Western nations decide, but India will have its own independent foreign policy.
Oh, you're absolutely right there, Pooja. And that is where India is sending out such a powerful message along the Indo-Pacific. And, when this pivot to the East, pivot to Asia happened when Barack Obama was the president of the United States of America, and when they started talking about that this is no longer the Asia-Pacific, it is the Indo-Pacific. So that was where the recognition was there that India is not just the fastest growing economy, fastest growing large economy. India is also one of the fastest growing maritime powers in this region. And this is a very potent combination when you're a strong military power and you're a strong economy, because the world only respects the strong. There are no two ways about it. And that is what the Indian culture also talks about. That is what we very strongly believe in, that when you're militarily strong, when you're economically strong, the world respects you. And when your culture teaches you to share. What did Papua New Guinea or the smaller island nations in the Indo-Pacific talk about? The Pacific Island countries, and 14 of them, when powerful Western countries who claimed to be their friends denied them the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, they were hoarding those vaccines. India went out of our way to give them those vaccines. That saved lives, and that is why James Malpe, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, he even mentioned it, that respect for Prime Minister Narendra Modi came from his heart, and that is why he bent down and touched the Prime Minister's feet. That was actually one nation's gratitude towards another nation, and the way the Prime Minister also hugged him back, that's a warm embrace between friends.
Also, you've covered enough of these visits as well of the Prime Minister to different countries, Gaurav. The Indian diaspora organizing these events is an excitement of a different level. And do tell us about the effort that goes into it. Remember, it's not just about Sydney. There must have been other cities as well that must have got together. I'm looking at the representations and the performances, and this clearly takes weeks, if not months, to prepare, to ensure that you have the biggest stadium booked. This is also Indian diaspora telling Prime Minister Modi of the grand welcome that he's receiving there in the country.
You're absolutely right. So yes, we covered Howdy Modi at Houston. We covered the Prime Minister at Madison Square Garden. The India Today team was covering the Prime Minister in Australia in 2014 and at Wembley in the United Kingdom. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of effort that goes into it. There's a lot of coordination that's required. But the Indian community, they realize that this is how their strength, their respect, and people know more about India through these events, because this then becomes very big headlines even in those countries. If I were to specifically talk about the United Kingdom, and Pooja, you and I have both very extensively reported about how there is a certain section of the society in the United Kingdom that tried to target the Hindus in Leicester, in Birmingham very recently. So they try to give that very flawed narrative about Hindus. You've lived through it in Jammu and Kashmir yourself, so you know what's it like when the victim is blamed, when victim shaming is done, and for whatever reason. Now events like this put India out
in Australia, Gaurav. In Australia, they've had so many temples that have been desecrated, graffiti by Khalistan extremists that have been put. There have been literal physical attacks that have happened on the Indian diaspora, on the Hindus who tried to counter the Sikh extremists. And now this is also then a message of a united Indian diaspora, the manner in which we have dance performances from Assam, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu coming together to say that in Australia we are united and will not have anyone try to put us and throw us in a corner.
Absolutely. Unity and diversity in the correct sense of the word. Those few Khalistani radicalized elements, whether they operate out of Canada or United Kingdom or in pockets of Australia. And incidentally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has very strongly taken up the attacks on Hindus or the actions of Khalistanis against temples, not just in Canada, in the United Kingdom, but also in Australia. And we're told he's been reassured by the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese that there would be swift investigation and the guilty will not be spared, because this is not freedom of expression. This is not democracy. The United Kingdom is realizing it rather late in the day after having suffered, with the world's assorted terrorists living in the United Kingdom. And thinking that was freedom of expression. That clearly isn't. Similarly, Australia shouldn't have to suffer. Canada is already suffering quite a bit. So, the world is realizing, and very emphatically and very effectively, India is also making that point across. Those Khalistani radicalized elements are not democratic form of protest. What they're doing is violence. What they're doing is arson. What they're doing is vandalism. And that's completely unacceptable. That message is being sent across by the strong Indian community and the Indian leadership back in India.
Gaurav, let's talk about the three-nation tour that Prime Minister Modi is concluding with Australia. Started with Hiroshima in Japan, Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and now Australia. And I'm only thinking of the reactions that have come in to the critics of the Prime Minister, critics of India, who love to hate this country when someone from Papua New Guinea, a Indo-Pacific island nation, says he's the leader of the global South. I was speaking to Tony Abbott a little while earlier, former Prime Minister. He said Modi and India actually can become the leader of the free world. These are comments that are coming in from international elected leaders, and that speaks a lot in itself, isn't it?
Well, that's India, one, realizing our potential and coming up to the world's expectations. That's exactly what is expected of India. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government, they've demonstrated it. There was a lot of pressure, and there still is a lot of pressure to toe America's line or to toe the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's line on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But India very emphatically and for over a year has walked that very thin line, walked that fine line that yes, this is not an era of war. We are not with expansionist forces. At the same time, democracy, dialogue, and diplomacy is the solution, not military action. And when the United Kingdom gives longer range missiles to Ukraine, or when America pumps in more weapons into Ukraine, then they're only prolonging that war. They're only prolonging the agony of the people in Russia and Ukraine, instead of compelling both sides to come to the negotiations table and then iron out their differences. So India has taken that line. Also the fact that India is very emphatically talking on the world stage, Pooja, that the developed countries cannot ride roughshod over the rights of the developing countries or to pontificate as they have been trying to do. And again, if I were to quote the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, he made it very clear that when you sit on the platform, on that global high table with these developed countries, you are our voice. The third world has a right to be heard, and you are that voice of the third world. You talk about our issues, and whether it's salination, whether it's loss of agricultural land, whether it's national security of these countries, they want India to take up their cause with the developed countries. And India actually walks the talk and demonstrates its capabilities, not just by words, but by actions. And Vaccine Maitri was one such example. Again,
Gaurav, I request you to stay on with me because we have live visuals coming in right now from just outside the arena where Prime Minister Modi has arrived. Let's dip into that audio. Gaurav, stay on with me. I'll continue with the perspective with you.
Albanese and the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are able, please be standing for the Australian National Anthem, followed by the Indian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden souls.
see. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you all for standing. What an incredible crowd, what an incredible feeling. I want to welcome the Premier of New South Wales, the Honourable Chris Minns, to the stage. Please give him a warm, warm welcome.
Good evening, everybody. As Premier of New South Wales, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Kudos Frank Arena for this special event. And I, of course, particularly want to warmly welcome the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi. In a moment, I will introduce Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, but first, take a look at the scale of tonight's event. It's huge. It's part of Australia's largest story. More and more people from India have come to Australia to call it their home. They've built businesses, started families, undertaken studies, established places of worship. You've created community while keeping your culture and traditions. We come from many different backgrounds in Australia, but we are stronger together. And tonight you can see that strength. In fact, you can hear it. Friends, the Indian diaspora is the nation's fastest growing. There are 750,000 people that have Indian ancestry in this country. And that includes the Treasurer of New South Wales, Daniel Mookhey, who swore his oath of allegiance on the Bhagavad Gita. Friends, he was the first Australian minister to do so, but he will not be the last. And so tonight we roll out the red carpet for the Prime Minister of India. We thank him for coming, but we want to pay a special tribute to all those Indian Australians who've made this country so great. Enjoy the night.
Thank you, friends. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I am proud to lead a government that will give all of you, all Australians, a chance to vote in a referendum to recognise our First Peoples in our nation's constitution later this year. And I urge my Indian Australian friends, vote yes. It is a huge pleasure to welcome Prime Minister Modi to Australia. In just my first year as Prime Minister, which I'm celebrating today, I have met the Prime Minister, my friend, 6 times. But absolutely nothing beats standing with him on a stage like this, looking out at this magnificent sea of faces. What an honour. And what a joy it is to get to welcome Prime Minister Modi here with all of you. I get to speak to some pretty big crowds as Prime Minister, but I have to say that the warmth and the energy here tonight is absolutely second to none. I said to my friend the Prime Minister before, the last time I saw someone on the stage here was Bruce Springsteen, and he didn't get the welcome that Prime Minister Modi has got. Prime Minister Modi is the boss. I saw that myself when I was in India in March, where he hosted me with such generosity and warmth. It was a trip full of unforgettable moments, celebrating Holi in Gujarat, laying a wreath for the great Mahatma Gandhi in New Delhi, and doing a lap, something I will never quite forget, of the incredible stadium at Ahmedabad on day 1 of the 4th Test. Everywhere I went, I felt that deep sense of connection between the people of Australia and the people of India. It's a warmth. It is a warmth I also felt when I backpacked around India for 5 weeks in 1991. And I say this to my friends from the Australian Parliament who are here today. If you want to understand India, travel by train and video bus. And you can even hitchhike. They're very friendly. It is a connection that I feel here tonight. And once again, I feel so grateful to be a part of it. Your million-strong community has contributed so much to this country. The people here tonight, your families, your communities, will always be the lifeblood of the relationship that India and Australia share. And tonight I announce that the new Centre for Australia-India Relations will be based in Parramatta. A place that itself is a testament to the vitality of the Indian-Australian experience. One that after last night has a proud Indian Australian, Samir Pandey, as its Lord Mayor. Congratulations. Now we want to see more connections, more Australian and Indian students living and studying in each other's countries and bringing those experiences home. More business leaders and artists and families sharing your experiences and your knowledge and your ideas. Prime Minister Modi and I have just unveiled a plaque for the foundation stone of the Little India Gateway in Harris Park. tonight, and won't that be good to visit? But tonight, as Prime Minister, I want to say thank you. You have brought the spirit of the world's biggest democracy to Australia. And you have helped make our democracy stronger and more inclusive. You've strengthened Australian society, bringing our country the benefits and riches of such a beautiful and diverse culture. And I'm so proud that you have made Australia your home, that you see your life and your future here. You make our nation and our shared communities better. You make Australia stronger. Friends, I want you to give a big Australian welcome to my dear friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
नमस्ते ऑस्ट्रेलिया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री और मेरे प्रिय मित्र हिज एक्सेलेंसी अल्बनीजी, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी स्कॉट मॉरिसन, न्यू साउथ वेल्स के प्रीमियर क्रिस मिन्स, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर पेनी वांग, कम्युनिकेशन मिनिस्टर मिशेल रोलैंड, एनर्जी मिनिस्टर क्रिस बोवेन, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन Peter Dutton, Assistant Foreign Minister Tim Watts, न्यू साउथ वेल्स के उपस्थित मंत्रिमंडल के सभी आदरणीय सदस्य, पैरामाटा से संसद सदस्य डॉक्टर एंड्रयू चार्ल्टन, यहां उपस्थित ऑस्ट्रेलिया के सभी संसद सदस्य, मेयर, डिप्टी मेयर, काउंसिलर्स और ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रह रहे प्रवासी भारतीय जो आज इतनी विशाल संख्या में उपस्थित हुए हैं, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। First of all, I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we are meeting here on today. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I also celebrate all First Nations people who may be with us today. मैं जब 2014 में आया था तो आपसे एक वादा किया था। वादा ये था कि आपको फिर भारत के किसी प्रधानमंत्री का 28 साल तक इंतजार नहीं करना पड़ेगा। तो लीजिए, यहां सिडनी में इस ऐना में मैं फिर हाजिर हूं और मैं अकेला नहीं आया हूं। प्रधानमंत्री अल्बेनीजी भी मेरे साथ आए हैं। मिस्टर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, अपने बहुत व्यस्त कार्यक्रम में से हम सभी के लिए आपने समय निकाला है। ये हम भारतीयों के प्रति आपके स्नेह को दर्शाता है। आपने जो अभी कहा वो दिखाता है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया के मन में भारत के प्रति कितना प्रेम है। इसी वर्ष मुझे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भारत की धरती पर अहमदाबाद में स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला था। आज उन्होंने यहां लिटिल इंडिया के फाउंडेशन स्टोर को अनवील करने में मेरा साथ दिया है। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू माय फ्रेंड एंथनी। ये लिटिल इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया के विकास में भारतीय समुदाय के योगदान का भी एक रिकॉग्निशन है। मैं न्यू साउथ वेल्स के प्रीमियर, पैरामाटा शहर के मेयर, डिप्टी मेयर और काउंसिलर्स को इस विशेष सम्मान के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि न्यू साउथ वेल्स में प्रवासी भारतीय समुदाय से कई लोग सार्वजनिक जीवन में सक्रिय भागीदारी कर रहे हैं, अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं। वर्तमान न्यू साउथ वेल्स की सरकार में डिप्टी प्रीमियर, प्रूकार, ट्रेजरर डेनियल मुखी बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन कर रहे हैं। और कल ही भाई समीर पांडे पैरामाटा के लॉर्ड मेयर चुने गए हैं। मैं सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज जब पैरामाटा में यह सब हो रहा है, तभी ये जानकारी भी आई है कि पश्चिमी ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पर्थ शहर में भारतीय सैनिक नयन सिंह सैलानी के नाम पर सैलानी एवेन्यू बनाया गया है। उन्होंने पहले विश्व युद्ध में ऑस्ट्रेलिया की फौज के लिए लड़ते हुए वीर गति प्राप्त की थी। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं पश्चिमी ऑस्ट्रेलिया के नेतृत्व का आदरपूर्वक अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, एक समय था जब कहा जाता था कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंधों को 3C डिफाइन करते हैं। ऐसा पहले कहा जाता था। ये कौन से 3C हैं? कॉमनवेल्थ, क्रिकेट और करी। इसके बाद कहा गया कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3D पर आधारित है। डेमोक्रेसी, डायस्पोरा और दोस्ती। कुछ लोगों ने यह भी कहा कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3E पर आधारित है। एनर्जी, इकोनॉमी और एजुकेशन। यानी कभी C, कभी D, कभी E। अलग अलग कालखंड में ये बात संभवतः सही भी रही है, लेकिन भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के ऐतिहासिक संबंधों का विस्तार इससे कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा है। और जानते हैं, इन सारे संबंधों का सबसे बड़ा आधार क्या है? जानते हैं? जी नहीं, सबसे बड़ा आधार है म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट और म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट। ये म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट और म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट सिर्फ भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के डिप्लोमेटिक रिश्तों से विकसित नहीं हुआ है। इसकी असली वजह है, इसकी असली ताकत है आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहने वाले हर एक भारतीय। आप उसकी असली ताकत है। इसकी असली वजह है ऑस्ट्रेलिया के 2.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा सिटीजन्स। साथियों, हमारे बीच भौगोलिक दूरी जरूर है, लेकिन हिंद महासागर हमें आपस में जोड़ता है। हमारी जीवन शैलियां भले अलग अलग हो, लेकिन अब योगा ये भी हमें जोड़ता है। क्रिकेट से तो हम ना जाने कब से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन अब टेनिस और फिल्में भी हमें जोड़ रही है। हमारे यहाँ खाना बनाने का तरीका भले अलग अलग है, लेकिन अब मास्टर शेफ हमें जोड़ता है। हमारे यहाँ पर्व त्योहार भले अलग अलग मनाए जाते हैं, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं दिवाली की रौनक से, बैसाखी के जश्न से। हमारे यहाँ भाषाएं भले अलग अलग बोली जाती हो, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, पंजाबी, हिंदी भाषाएं पढ़ाने वाले इतने सारे स्कूलों से। साथियों, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोग, यहाँ के निवासी इतने विशाल हृदय के हैं, दिल के इतने अच्छे और सच्चे हैं कि भारत की इस विविधता को खुले दिल से स्वीकारते हैं। और यही वजह है कि पैरामाटा स्क्वायर किसी के लिए परमात्मा चौक बन जाता है, विक्रम स्ट्रीट भी विक्रम स्ट्रीट के रूप में मशहूर हो जाती है, और हैरिस पार्क कई लोगों के लिए हरीश पार्क हो जाता है। वैसे मैंने सुना है कि हैरिस पार्क में चटका की चाट, जयपुर स्वीट्स की जलेबी, उसका तो कोई जवाब ही नहीं है। मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, आप लोग कभी मेरे मित्र पीएम एल्बेनीज़ को भी वहां जरूर ले जाइएगा। और साथियों, जब खाने की बात चली है और चाट की बात चली है, तो लखनऊ का नाम आना भी स्वाभाविक ही है। मैंने सुना है सिडनी के पास लखनऊ नाम की जगह भी है, लेकिन मुझे पता नहीं वहां भी चाट मिलती है क्या। अच्छा, यहां भी तो शायद दिल्ली के पास वाले लखनऊ के लोग होंगे ही होंगे, है क्या? वाह, वाकई दिल्ली स्ट्रीट, बॉम्बे स्ट्रीट, कश्मीर एवेन्यू, मालाबार एवेन्यू जैसी कितनी ही सड़कें यहां ऑस्ट्रेलिया में आपको भारत से जोड़े रखती है। मुझे बताया गया कि अब तो ग्रेटर सिडनी में इंडिया परेड भी शुरू होने जा रही है। मुझे जानकर भी बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हाँ, आप सबने आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव भी बहुत धूमधाम से मनाया है। यहां की कई सारी सिटी काउंसिल में बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम किए गए हैं। सिडनी ओपेरा हाउस जब तिरंगे की रोशनी से सराबोर हुआ तो यहां हर भारतीय का दिल खुश हो गया। हिंदुस्तान में भी जय जयकार हो रहा था। और इसके लिए मैं न्यू साउथ वेल्स गवर्नमेंट का विशेष तौर पर आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, हमारे क्रिकेट के रिश्तों को भी 75 वर्ष पूरे हो गए हैं। क्रिकेट की फील्ड पर मुकाबला जितना रोचक होता है, उतनी ही गहरी ऑफ द फील्ड हमारी दोस्ती है। इस बार तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया की अनेक विमेन क्रिकेट प्लेयर भी पहली बार भारत में आईपीएल खेलने आई थी। और साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम सिर्फ सुख के ही साथी हैं। अच्छा दोस्त तो सुख का तो साथी होता है, दुख का भी साथी होता है। पिछले साल जब महान शेन बॉर्न का निधन हुआ तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ कोटि कोटि भारतीयों ने भी शोक मनाया। ये ऐसा था जैसे हमने अपना कोई खो दिया है। साथियों, आप सभी यहां ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हैं, यहां के विकास को देख रहे हैं। आप सभी का एक सपना रहा है कि हमारा भारत भी विकसित राष्ट्र बने। है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? जो सपना आपके दिल में है, वो सपना मेरे दिल में भी है। ये मेरा भी सपना है। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का सपना है। साथियों, भारत के पास सामर्थ्य की कमी नहीं है। भारत के पास संसाधनों की कमी भी नहीं है। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और सबसे युवा टैलेंट फैक्ट्री जिस देश में है वो है सही जवाब दे रहे हैं आप, वो है इंडिया। मैं ये बात फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और सबसे युवा टैलेंट फैक्ट्री जिस देश में है वो है और अब मैं आपके सामने ऐसे ही कुछ फैक्ट रखूंगा और आपसे सही उत्तर जानना चाहूंगा। ठीक है? रेडी? कोरोना की इस ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक में जिस देश ने दुनिया का सबसे तेज वैक्सीनेशन प्रोग्राम चलाया, वो देश है आज जो देश दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग लार्ज इकोनॉमी है वो है आज जो देश दुनिया में नंबर 1 स्मार्टफोन डेटा कंज्यूमर है वो देश है आज जो देश फिनटेक एडॉप्शन रेट में नंबर 1 है वो देश है आज जो देश मिल्क प्रोडक्शन के मामले में दुनिया में नंबर 1 है वो देश है आज जो देश इंटरनेट यूजर्स की संख्या में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है वो है आज जो देश दुनिया का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है वो देश है आज जो देश राइस, व्हीट, शुगर केन प्रोडक्शन के मामले में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है वो है आज जो देश फ्रूट और वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है, वो है आज जिस देश में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है, वो है दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा ऑटोमोबाइल मार्केट जिस देश में है, वो देश है दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा सिविल एविएशन मार्केट जिस देश में है, वो देश है। और अब जो देश अगले 25 साल में विकसित होने के लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो देश है। साथियों, आज IMF भारत को ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का ब्राइट स्पॉट मानता है। वर्ल्ड बैंक का विश्वास है कि ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स को अगर कोई चुनौती दे रहा है तो वो भारत है। आज दुनिया के कई देशों में बैंकिंग सिस्टम पर संकट है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ भारत के बैंकों की मजबूती की आज चारों तरफ प्रशंसा हो रही है। दुनिया में 100 साल में आए सबसे बड़े संकट के बीच भारत ने बीते वर्ष रिकॉर्ड एक्सपोर्ट किया है। आज हमारा फॉरेक्स रिजर्व नई बुलंदियां छू रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत ग्लोबल गुड के लिए कैसे काम कर रहा है, इसका उदाहरण हमारा डिजिटल स्टैक है। आप सभी भारत के फिनटेक रिवॉल्यूशन से भली भांति परिचित हैं। आपको याद होगा, जब मैं 2014 में यहां आया था, तब मैंने आपसे एक सपना साझा किया था। मेरा वो सपना था कि भारत में गरीब से गरीब का अपना बैंक खाता हो। आपको गर्व होगा दोस्तों, आपको गर्व होगा कि पिछले 9 वर्ष में हमने करीब 50 करोड़ भारतीयों के यानी करीब 500 मिलियन बैंक अकाउंट खोले हैं। और सिर्फ बैंक अकाउंट खोलना ही हमारी सफलता, हम वहां अटकते नहीं हैं। इसने भारत में पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर दिया है। हमने जनधन बैंक अकाउंट, मोबाइल फोन और आधार आईडी की एक जैम ट्रिनिटी, JAM ट्रिनिटी बनाई है। आप सोचिए, इसे एक क्लिक पर करोड़ों देशवासियों तक डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर DBT संभव हुआ है। और आपको और खुशी होगी, बीते 9 वर्षों में, यह आंकड़ा भी आपको बहुत आनंद देगा, बीते 9 वर्षों में 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए यानी 500 बिलियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर से भी ज्यादा सीधे जरूरतमंदों के बैंक अकाउंट में भेजे गए हैं। कोरोना के समय में बहुत से देशों को अपने नागरिकों को पैसे भेजने में मुश्किल आई थी, लेकिन भारत उन देशों में था जो एक क्लिक पर ये काम पलकों में कर रहा था। यूनिवर्सल पब्लिक इंटरफेस यानी यूपीआई ने भारत में फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा दिया है। आज दुनिया के 40% 40% रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स अकेले भारत में होते हैं। आप अभी अभी भारत आए होंगे तो देखा होगा, आज फल सब्जी या पानी पूरी के ठेले हो या फिर चाय की दुकान, सब जगह डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत का ये डिजिटल रिवॉल्यूशन सिर्फ फिनटेक तक सीमित नहीं है। भारत आधुनिक व्यवस्थाएं बना रहा है, लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहा है। इसका एक उदाहरण भारत का डिजी लॉकर है। इसमें ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस से लेकर डिग्री और प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स तक जो भी सरकार इश्यू करती है वो इस डिजिटल लॉकर में जनरेट होते हैं। करीब सैकड़ों तरह के डॉक्यूमेंट्स डिजिटल लॉकर में रिफ्लेक्ट होते हैं। आपको फिजिकल कॉपी स्टोर करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस एक पासवर्ड काफी है। और इससे 15 करोड़ से ज्यादा यानी 150 मिलियन से भी ज्यादा भारतीय जुड़ चुके हैं। इस तरह के कितने ही डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म आज हर भारतीय को पावरफुल बना रहे हैं, ताकतवर बना रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत के हर कदम, हर उपलब्धियों के बारे में दुनिया जानना चाहती है। आज की दुनिया जिस वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ जा रही है, जिन संभावनाओं को तलाश रही है, उसमें ये स्वाभाविक भी है। भारत हजारों वर्षों की जीवंत सभ्यता है। भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। हमने समय के अनुसार खुद को ढाला है, लेकिन अपने मूल सिद्धांतों पर, फंडामेंटल्स पर हमेशा टिके रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र को भी एक परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं और विश्व को भी एक परिवार मानते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। और इसलिए जब भारत अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की थीम तय करता है तो कहता है अपने आदर्शों को जीने का उसका स्वभाव देखिए। G20 प्रेसिडेंसी में भारत कहता है वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। जब भारत पर्यावरण की रक्षा के लिए सोलर एनर्जी के बड़े लक्ष्य तय करता है तो कहता है वन सन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ग्रिड। जब भारत वैश्विक समुदाय के स्वस्थ रहने की कामना करता है तो कहता है वन अर्थ, वन हेल्थ। भारत वो देश है जिसने कोरोना के संकट में दुनिया के 150 से ज्यादा देशों को उस संकट की घड़ी में दवाइयां भेजी। भारत वो देश है जिसने 100 से अधिक देशों को मुफ्त वैक्सीन भेजकर करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों का जीवन बचाया। कोरोना के समय में आपने भी यहां जिस सेवा भावना से काम किया वही हमारी संस्कृति की विशेषता है। आज शहीदों के सरताज पंचम सिख गुरु श्री गुरु अर्जुन देव जी का शहीदी पर्व है। हमें गुरु जी के जीवन से सभी की सेवा करने शिक्षा मिलती है। गुरु अर्जुन देव जी ने ही दसंध प्रणाली शुरू की थी। इसी प्रेरणा से कोरोना के दौरान भी कितने ही गुरुद्वारों के लंगर ने यहां लोगों की मदद की। इसी दौर में कितने ही मंदिरों की रसोई यहां पीड़ितों के लिए खुल गई। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहकर पढ़ाई कर रहे स्टूडेंट्स भी बड़ी संख्या में लोगों की मदद के लिए आगे आए। विभिन्न सामाजिक संगठनों ने भी इस दौरान बहुत लोगों की मदद की। भारतीय कहीं भी रहे एक मानवीय भाव उनमें समाहित रहता है। साथियों, मानवता के हित में ऐसे ही कार्यों के कारण आज भारत को फोर्स ऑफ ग्लोबल गुड कहा जा रहा है। जहां कहीं भी कोई आपदा होती है भारत मदद के लिए तैयार मिलता है। जब भी कोई संकट आता है भारत समाधान के लिए तत्पर रहता है। आज चाहे इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस के द्वारा सौर ऊर्जा का उपयोग बढ़ाना हो, चाहे आपसी सहयोग के माध्यम से डिजास्टर रिजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करना हो, चाहे इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस को नेतृत्व देना हो, भारत ने हमेशा अलग अलग देशों को एकजुट करने के लिए एक बाइंडिंग फोर्स की तरह काम किया है। अभी अभी जब तुर्की में भूकंप ने तबाही मचाई तब भारत ने ऑपरेशन दोस्त के द्वारा मदद का हाथ बढ़ाया। भारत अपने हितों को सबके हितों से जोड़कर देखता है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये हमारी डोमेस्टिक गवर्नेंस का भी आधार है और ग्लोबल गवर्नेंस के लिए भी यही विजन है। साथियों, आज भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप निरंतर गहरी हो रही है। हाल में ही हमने इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन और ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट ECTA एकता साइन किया है। अनुमान है इससे दोनों के बीच ट्रेड अगले 5 वर्ष में 2 गुने से अधिक हो जाएगा। अब हम कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर काम कर रहे हैं। हम रिजिलियंट और रिलायबल सप्लाई चेन्स का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बिजनेस को बल मिलेगा ही, दुनिया को भी नया विश्वास मिलेगा। आज भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच कई डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट्स हैं। बीते वर्षों में फ्लाइट्स की संख्या बढ़ी है। आने वाले दिनों में इनकी संख्या और बढ़ेगी। एक दूसरे की डिग्रियों को मान्यता देने को लेकर भी दोनों देश आगे बढ़े हैं और इससे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत लाभ होगा। माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट पर भी सहमति बनी है। इससे हमारे स्किल्ड प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया आना और यहां काम करना आसान होगा। और साथियों, आज जब मैं आपके बीच आया हूं तो एक घोषणा भी करने जा रहा हूं। ब्रिस्बेन में भारतीय समुदाय की बहुत समय से जो मांग थी, अब उसे पूरा किया जाएगा। जल्द ही ब्रिस्बेन में भारत का एक नया काउंसलेट खोला जाएगा। फ्रेंड, भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया की गहरी होती पार्टनरशिप मां भारती में आस्था रखने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को सशक्त करेगी। आपके पास टैलेंट है, अपनी स्किल की ताकत है और साथ ही अपने कल्चरल वैल्यूज भी है। ये वैल्यूज आपको ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोगों के साथ घुल मिलकर रहने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। मैं कल ही पापुआ न्यू गिनी से आया हूं। वहां मैंने स्थानीय भाषा में तमिल साहित्य तिरुकुरल के अनुवाद का लोकार्पण किया। यह अनुवाद वहां भारतीय मूल के एक स्थानीय गवर्नर ने किया है। एक जीता जागता उदाहरण है कि कैसे हम विदेश में रहते हुए भी अपनी जड़ों पर गर्व करते रहें, जड़ों से जुड़े रहे। आप भी यहां ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भारतीय संस्कृति की खुशबू फैला रहे हैं। आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भारत के कल्चरल एम्बेसडर हैं, भारत के ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स हैं। साथियों, मैं मेरी बात समाप्त करने से पहले आपसे कुछ मांगना चाहता हूं। देंगे? आवाज जरा धीमी हो गई। देंगे? पक्का? प्रॉमिस? मैं आपसे ये मांग रहा हूं और आपसे आग्रह करूंगा, कि आप जब भी भारत आए अपने साथ कोई न कोई ऑस्ट्रेलियाई मित्र और उनके परिवार को भी साथ लेकर के आए। इससे उन्हें भारत को समझने का, जानने का और ज्यादा बेहतर मौका मिलेगा। आप इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आए, लंबे अरसे के बाद आपको मिलने का मौका मिला। आप सब बहुत स्वस्थ रहिए, खुश रहिए, आनंद से रहिए। एक बार फिर से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Entire stadium packed to the rafters, as you can see in Sydney. At the community event in Sydney, the Prime Minister just addressed this huge crowd. And as you can see, the stands are packed to the rafter and overflowing as well.
together one more time for the Prime Ministers of Australia and India.
We thank you everyone for coming out tonight. We hope you all had a fantastic evening. I know on behalf of the MCs, we had an absolutely wonderful time.
And we couldn't go without saying thank you to our volunteers, organisers, and especially you for making today possible. Enjoy your night.
I believe it's 25,000 people in Kudos Bank Arena and 2 billion people worldwide. Tonight we've made history, and on behalf of our MCs here tonight, Aryan, DP.
All right, that was a big, rousing welcome for the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister delivered his speech amidst a crowd which was packed to the rafters in that stadium right there in Sydney. He was, in fact, all the visuals on your screens are showing you different moments from today. First visual is showing you the Prime Minister at that particular grand event. The second visual shows you how he was welcomed with Vedic chants at the Sydney Stadium, being welcomed by the Prime Minister of Australia as well. We got you those visuals, and now what you see is that the crowd's trying to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after his speech, and the Australian Prime Minister accompanying the Indian Prime Minister as well. A lot of people have flown from across the length and breadth of Australia to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Indian diaspora giving that reverberating welcome and chants to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Sydney Stadium, where Prime Minister Modi just addressed that huge crowd. This was the address at Indian Diaspora, the community event that the world was in fact tuned into and waiting for. He got a traditional welcome. Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese greeted each other, and of course after that walked into the biggest stadium in Sydney to the reverberating cheers. And after the speech got over, you can see how the Prime Minister has got a reverberating response after his speech. People trying to get a glimpse of him, trying to take a selfie with him. It's just a surreal moment, really, you know, for an Indian Prime Minister to get a reception of this particular nature overseas from the Indian diaspora. But that's in fact what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known for. We've seen that before in the US and many other times in different parts of the world. He is the leader who has that charismatic approach. He's full of charisma, and he gets this kind of response usually where he goes around the world. But here, this is unprecedented. The crowds have been unprecedented, as you can see. The magnanimity of the stadium and the amount of people just present there to listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
साथियों, एक समय था जब कहा जाता था कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंधों को 3C डिफाइन करते हैं। ऐसा पहले कहा जाता था। ये कौन से 3C हैं? कॉमनवेल्थ, क्रिकेट और करी। इसके बाद कहा गया कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3D पर आधारित है। डेमोक्रेसी, डायस्पोरा और दोस्ती। कुछ लोगों ने यह भी कहा कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3E पर आधारित है। एनर्जी, इकोनॉमी और एजुकेशन। यानी कभी C, कभी D, कभी E। अलग अलग कालखंड में ये बात संभवतः सही भी रही है, लेकिन भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के ऐतिहासिक संबंधों का विस्तार इससे कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा है। और जानते हैं, इन सारे संबंधों का सबसे बड़ा आधार क्या है? जानते हैं? सबसे बड़ा आधार है म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट और म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट। हमारे बीच भौगोलिक दूरी जरूर है, लेकिन हिंद महासागर हमें आपस में जोड़ता है। हमारी जीवन शैलियां भले अलग अलग हो, लेकिन अब योगा ये भी हमें जोड़ता है। क्रिकेट से तो हम ना जाने कब से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन अब टेनिस और फिल्में भी हमें जोड़ रही है। हमारे यहाँ खाना बनाने का तरीका भले अलग अलग है, लेकिन अब मास्टर शेफ हमें जोड़ता है। आप सभी यहाँ ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हैं, यहाँ के विकास को देख रहे हैं। आप सभी का एक सपना रहा है कि हमारा भारत भी विकसित राष्ट्र बने। है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? जो सपना आपके दिल में है, वो सपना मेरे दिल में भी है। ये मेरा भी सपना है। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का सपना है। साथियों, भारत के पास सामर्थ्य की कमी नहीं है। भारत के पास संसाधनों की कमी भी नहीं है। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और सबसे युवा टैलेंट फैक्ट्री जिस देश में है, वो है सही जवाब दे रहे हैं आप, वो है इंडिया। हमारे यहाँ पर्व त्योहार भले अलग अलग मनाए जाते हैं, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं दिवाली की रौनक से, बैसाखी के जश्न से। हमारे यहाँ भाषाएं भले अलग अलग बोली जाती हो, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, पंजाबी, हिंदी भाषाएं पढ़ाने वाले इतने सारे स्कूलों से। साथियों, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोग, यहाँ के निवासी इतने विशाल हृदय के हैं, दिल के इतने अच्छे और सच्चे हैं कि भारत की इस विविधता को खुले दिल से स्वीकारते हैं। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और सबसे युवा टैलेंट फैक्ट्री जिस देश में है, वो है और अब मैं आपके सामने ऐसे ही कुछ फैक्ट रखूंगा और आपसे सही उत्तर जानना चाहूंगा। ठीक है? रेडी? कोरोना की इस ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक में जिस देश ने दुनिया का सबसे तेज वैक्सीनेशन प्रोग्राम चलाया, वो देश है आज जो देश दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग लार्ज इकोनॉमी है, वो है आज जो देश दुनिया में नंबर 1 स्मार्टफोन डेटा कंज्यूमर है, वो देश है आज जो देश फिनटेक एडॉप्शन रेट में नंबर 1 है, वो देश है आज जो देश मिल्क प्रोडक्शन के मामले में दुनिया में नंबर 1 है, वो देश है आज जो देश इंटरनेट यूजर्स की संख्या में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है, वो है आज जो देश दुनिया का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है, वो देश है आज जो देश राइस, व्हीट, शुगर केन प्रोडक्शन के मामले में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है, वो है आज जो देश फ्रूट और वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन में दुनिया में नंबर 2 पर है, वो है आज जिस देश में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है, वो है दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा ऑटोमोबाइल मार्केट जिस देश में है, वो देश है दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा सिविल एविएशन मार्केट जिस देश में है, वो देश है और अब जो देश अगले 25 साल में विकसित होने के लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो देश है आज IMF भारत को ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का ब्राइट स्पॉट मानता है। वर्ल्ड बैंक का विश्वास है कि ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स को अगर कोई चुनौती दे रहा है तो वो भारत है। आज दुनिया के कई देशों में बैंकिंग सिस्टम पर संकट है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ भारत के बैंकों की मजबूती की आज चारों तरफ प्रशंसा हो रही है। दुनिया में 100 साल में आए सबसे बड़े संकट के बीच भारत ने बीते वर्ष रिकॉर्ड एक्सपोर्ट किया है। आज हमारा फॉरेक्स रिजर्व नई बुलंदियां छू रहा है।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address right there in Sydney, and what a reverberating response he got from the stands that are packed to the rafters, and you can see the kind of presence of the Indian diaspora just to hearing to the Prime Minister. The address ended with Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants on all these visuals that you see on your screens right now. We're going to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll get you all the angles in moments from now and re-encapsulate for the ones who have missed this broadcast. For now, slipping into a short commercial break.
You are watching India Today.
welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel, and like always, I'm back with the best from the world of entertainment. First up, Ram Charan engaged in an insightful discussion on films, tourism and India's rich culture at G20 Summit in Kashmir. The actor, who has been going from strength to strength after representing India at various global events, including the Oscars and Golden Globes, also did the famous Natu Natu hook step with G20 delegates. Here are all the highlights. Ram Charan is going from strength to strength after representing India at various global events, including the Oscars and Golden Globes. The RRR actor attended the third G20 summit in Kashmir.
Brand Ambassador for India across the globe. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Ram Charan engaged in an insightful discussion on films, tourism, and shared how the West had finally accepted an Indian film and how India's rich culture found global recognition.
It took 95 years for our Indian film industry to get a recognition internationally. I'm just proud of that fact that the West or the East have taken interest in our films and our emotion, which is so rooted to our culture.
Ram Charan starred in S.S. Rajamouli's magnum opus RRR alongside Junior NTR. The epic saga had impressed fans across the world and put Indian cinema on the global map. And after winning several international awards, the peppy dance number Natu Natu won a Golden Globe and an Oscar in the Best Original Song category. So what's more, Ram Charan enthralled the delegates with an impromptu performance on the Oscar-winning smash hit. The actor thanked all the countries that attended the summit and urged them to come together to create global cinema.
To all the other G20 friends in the countries who have come here, each one are so special to India. We want to explore our culture and their culture. I want to see how these two cultures can come together and create a phenomenon, which is the global cinema, not Indian cinema or any other country's cinema. I want to see a global cinema, and with all your support, I think it can happen.
Ram also said that Kashmir was a magical place which draws everyone's attention to it, and further added that he has been visiting Kashmir since 1986.
This place has something magical. It draws people. It draws the attention of people. And no matter what we hear about Kashmir or whatever, this is such a surreal feeling when you come to Kashmir. It's been 95 years Indian film industry has begun. It will take another 95 years to explore Kashmir, let me tell you that.
The actor is presently shooting for his upcoming film Game Changer, directed by Shankar. The film features Kiara Advani, S.J. Surya, Naveen Chandra and Anjali in pivotal roles. Ram was last seen in director Kotira Siva's Acharya. In this mass masala entertainer, the actor shared screen space with his father, megastar Chiranjeevi. But that's not all. He even did a cameo in Salman Khan's Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan for this song. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Game over.
As Ram Charan continues to make waves post the success of RRR, here's a look at his illustrious career. An actor, producer, entrepreneur and an icon of Telugu cinema, Konidela Ram Charan Teja is currently one of the most sought-after actors from Tollywood.
ఏరియాని పట్టి మారడానికి ఇది క్లైమేట్ కాదు. Courage.
Born on 27th March 1985 in Tamil Nadu, Ram Charan comes from a family of film stars. He's the son of megastar Chiranjeevi and grandson of legendary comedian Allu Ramalingam. He's the nephew of producer Allu Arvind, Pawan Kalyan and Nagendra Babu. And actors Allu Arjun, Sai Dharm Tej and Varun Tej are his cousins. Ram Charan also has two sisters, Srija and Sushmita. Ram Charan did his schooling at Padma Sri Bhavan School in Chennai. While he was attending college, the actor dropped out to pursue acting as a full-time career. He also took lessons from Kishore Namit's acting classes in Mumbai. Interestingly, he is fond of horse riding and is also trained equestrian. In 2012, Ram Charan got married to Upasana Kamineni, who is the chief editor of Be Positive magazine and vice chairman of Apollo Charity. He made his acting debut in Puri Jagannath directorial Chirutha in 2007. His performance in the film earned him the Best Male Debut South and Nandi Special Jury Award. After the release of his second film, Magadira in 2009, Charan established himself as one of the leading contemporary actors in Tollywood. The S.S. Rajamouli directorial grossed over 150 crore worldwide. The film received another award for Best Actor and Nandi Special Jury Award. His other notable work includes Nayak, Yevadu, Govind Dudu, Andari Vadele, Dhruva, and Rangasthalam, among others.
Kumar Babu ki Sitti Baba ne oka tammudu unnadu.
That's not all. Ram Charan also made his Bollywood debut in Zanjeer alongside Priyanka Chopra. The film was the remake of 1973 movie of the same name starring Amitabh Bachchan. Currently, he's basking in the success of RRR, for which the song Natu Natu scripted history by winning the Best Original Song at the 95th Academy Awards. The film, which achieved global success, has grossed over 1,200 crore rupees worldwide. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. From Magadira to RRR, let's rewind the clock and check out Ram Charan's best performances in his career spanning over a decade. Ram Charan is one of the biggest stars of Telugu film industry. The actor who made his debut in 2007 with Chirutha has proved his acting credentials time and again and delivered some of the biggest Telugu hits.
Monday
Magadira. His career might have gotten off to a slow start, but the turning point in Charan's career came in 2009 with the release of Magadira.
మేలు ముసుకు రణదేవి చేతిలో ఉందమ్మా. భైరవే గెలుస్తాడు.
The fantasy action film directed by S.S. Rajamouli was a rousing success at the box office and became the first film to cross 50, 60 and 70 crores in the Telugu film industry. Orange. Ram Charan then starred in 2010's Orange. The romantic drama, which was directed by Bhaskar, might have failed to deliver at the box office but has gained cult status over the years. Backed by terrific music, both fans and critics appreciated Charan's performance.
అది కూడా పోతే
నా కర్మ కొద్ది అది కూడా పోతుంది. ఇంకొంచెం ప్రేమించడానికి ట్రై చేస్తా.
Yevadu. The actor then delivered another power-packed performance with the action film Yevadu. His third film in which the actor was seen in a dual role. The actor played both characters with different shades and variations. The film went on to collect about 60 crores at the box office.
Yevadu! నాకు ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ గోల్ ఉంది.
Dhruva. Ram then played an IPS officer in 2016, starrer Dhruva. The film, which also starred Rakul Preet as the female lead, was high on action and drama. The actor pulled off this intense role with ease and panache. Ram underwent a physical transformation for the movie. Dhruva was a remake of the Tamil film Thani Oruvan and emerged as a commercial success at the box office, collecting over 85 crore rupees.
పేరు సిట్టుబాబు అండి. ఈ ఊరికి మనమే ఇంజనీర్. అందరికీ సౌండ్ వినపడుతుందండి, నాకు సౌండ్ కనపడుతుందండి.
Rangasthalam. In 2018 period action drama Rangasthalam, Ram Charan gave one of the best performances of his career.
సౌండ్ ఇంజనీర్ అంటారు.
He played the role of a villager who is hearing impaired and expressed innocence and intensity with such ease. The film was the highest grosser of the year with a collection of more than 200 crore rupees at the box office.
ఆనందంగా ఇచ్చేస్తాను బాబాయ్.
యుద్ధాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటూ ఆయుధాలు వాటంతటవే వస్తాయి.
RRR. The actor's career best performance came in the S.S. Rajamouli directorial RRR. The film went on to catapult Ram Charan to a pan-Indian star and cemented his place as a bona fide superstar. After conquering the box office in India, the magnum opus roared loud across the West, winning an Oscar and making the country proud. Charan's character took cinegoers on a roller coaster ride, and the rage in his eyes spoke volumes. The actor expressed the full range of emotions and made the world groove to Natu Natu. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
devastating for stray animals. The scorching heat wave means animals living on the street struggle for water. Karma Foundation is on a mission to make life easy for stray animals.
This water bowl challenge is also one of such initiatives where we know during the scorching heats of summer has to provide the basic requirement for the health of the pet, which is water, and hence we are actually donating the water bowls.
These water bowls are a big relief for stray animals living under the open sky in sweltering weather. Karma Foundation has requested people to join their movement by placing a bowl of water outside their home or workplace. Bureau Report, India Today.
While all eyes are now on what Sunny Leone will wear for a red carpet debut at the Cannes Film Festival, the actress made her first appearance in a satin dress for media interaction. Moni Roy, on the other hand, has also made her way to the French Riviera, and Diana Penty continues to slay with her looks. The 76th edition of Cannes Film Festival is on, and while it has so far witnessed some iconic styles on its red carpet, coupled with overwhelming response to films that have premiered,
कितने कत्ल किए तूने बता कितना मजा आया बेहिसाब चल ही रहा है तो अपने लाश की कीमत भी लगाता चल
all eyes are now on Sunny Leone's debut as she walks for the screening of Anurag Kashyap's Kennedy, the only Indian film selected for this year's French Riviera as a part of the midnight screening section.
कितना मजा आया
For her day one media interactions, the actress opted for a one-shoulder, thigh-high slit green satin dress designed by Maria Kokia. She dropped these photos of her look on social media, leaving fans asking for more. Before her arrival to the French Riviera, she had been treating fans with these videos from her transit, which also featured her husband. And fans certainly couldn't wait to see what look Sunny Leone will be serving on the red carpet. Filmmaker Anurag Kashyap, on the other hand, reached the venue earlier. Meanwhile, another Indian beauty made her way to Cannes Film Festival, winning over the French Riviera with her style. That's right, Moni Roy also joins the list with her first appearance in a yellow atelier Zora gown. Diana Penty, on the other hand, who made quite a pleasing Cannes debut with two different black fits, did not disappoint in her third choice of ensemble. She stepped out in this said Kobesi gown with her hair loosely tied. Her appearances were given an easy thumbs up as Diana looked effortlessly beautiful. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Blackpink girl band member Jennie Kim and Canadian singer The Weeknd also made their way to the Cannes red carpet for the premiere of their debut series, The Idol. Here's everything you need to know.
Oh, that's great. Beautiful, Joss.
We're here to drink.
The Idol, HBO's much-hyped new series from the creator of Euphoria that bills itself as the sleaziest love story in all of Hollywood, premiered at the Cannes Film Festival on May 22nd.
I like you.
Might I ask, who are you?
He's really unlocked something in me.
She's had a tough year. The press has been brutal. Hello, Angel.
Lily Rose Depp and Abel Tesfaye, the stars of the show, joined director Sam Levinson on the red carpet. Abel opted for a traditional black tuxedo for the premiere of his new television series, The Idol, while actress Lily Rose Depp topped off her look with sheer black gloves. Depp's father, Johnny Depp, also had a premiere at the festival, Jean Dubarry, following a high-profile defamation trial a year ago. In The Idol, Rose stars as Jocelyn, a pop singer trying to stage a sexier-than-ever comeback after suffering a nervous breakdown. The series marks the first foray by Tesfaye, better known as megastar The Weeknd, into acting, starring as Tedros, a Los Angeles nightclub impresario who is Jocelyn's love interest.
Hello, angels.
Jennie Kim, a member of popular K-pop girl band Blackpink, is also made her acting debut in the show under the stage name of Jennie Ruby Jane. Dan Levy, Hank Azaria will also appear in the series.
That was a selfie? She took a picture? That was... Yeah, you could tell by the angle.
I mean, it's like a...
The Weeknd is known for songs like Blinding Lights,
Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a drought.
and Starboy.
I'm trying to put you in the worst mood. P1 cleaner than your church shoes. Really point to just to hurt you.
Lumière bleue. While Depp played Isadora Duncan in 2016's The Dancer, which screened in Cannes' Uncertain Regard category.
Vous avez été éblouissante. Armand Duponchet, directeur de l'Opéra de Paris. Nous allons faire entrer cette maison dans le nouveau siècle.
I'm looking for Miss Loy Fuller. Isadora? Elle a la grâce, hein?
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
This is my dance! Take it off!
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is Medipali Patel signing off for today. Next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Yes, absolutely. It is a major blow to Meta. European Union privacy regulators have hit them with a staggering fine of $1.3 billion. The Irish Data Protection Commission announced this verdict citing Meta's transfer of user data to the United States. The Commission found that Meta's data transfers did not adequately address these risks. Now, Meta has been given a 5-month deadline to halt any future transfer of personal data to the US. They also have 6 months to put a stop to the unlawful processing and storage of transferred EU data in the US. I should tell you, the new EU ruling applies only to Facebook and not Instagram and WhatsApp, which is also owned by Meta. Meta said it would appeal the decision and there would be no immediate disruption to Facebook service in European Union. While the ban was anticipated, the impact has been softened by a transition phase outlined in the decision. Additionally, a new EU-US data flows agreement can be put into effect as early as mid-year. This could provide some relief to Meta. Concerns were raised about the safety of citizens' data once it reached US servers. This is not the first time Meta is facing expensive fines from EU. Under the General Data Protection Regulation law, the company has been fined 390 million euros in the month of January for forcing users to accept personalized ads as a condition of using Facebook. In November, it was fined another 265 million euros for a data leak.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories this evening. Let's begin with the top headlines first. Modi chants echo in Sydney as euphoric Indians greet the Prime Minister at the mega event. Prime Minister says India and Australia united by democracy, diaspora and dosti. Modi and Albanese's bonhomie on full display. Australian Prime Minister says Prime Minister Modi is the boss. Aam Aadmi Party versus Centre Ordinance battle reaches Bengal. Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann to meet Mamta for backing. Congress refuses to lend support to Aam Aadmi Party. Politics escalates over G20 meeting in Srinagar. NC patron Farooq Abdullah's daughter Safia mocks huddle, says normalcy image of the valley a facade to hide forces on ground. Karnataka Mantri M.B. Patil says no power sharing, claims Sidhu will remain the Chief Minister for 5 years. Travancore Temple Board issues a circular, says no RSS shakhas or mass drills to be allowed in temples. And to our top story now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 2-day Australian tour. Let's begin this broadcast by taking you through the top defining images from his trip. A rockstar welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Sydney. Modi and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's bonhomie at best display. The two embrace each other at Kudos Bank Arena in Sydney before kickstarting the mega community event. In a never-seen-before gesture in Australia, Prime Minister Modi was welcomed with Vedic chants and tradition at Sydney Stadium. Prime Minister Albanese also accompanied him. Australian Prime Minister Albanese has big praises for Prime Minister Modi. He calls him the boss. Albanese compared Prime Minister Modi's popularity to that of the legendary rock star Bruce Springsteen, saying that even he did not get this kind of a grand reception in Australia. Sydney hosted a grand show at Kudos Bank Arena where Modi chants reverberated. Gujarat's traditional dance, Garba and Dandiya, were performed on the stage. Whopping 20,000 Indians in Sydney attended the cultural show. In much fanfare for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, no more than 150 Indian origin people took a special chartered flight from Melbourne to Sydney, named it Modi Airways. It was rather dubbed Modi Airways, only to attend the Prime Minister's mega event. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi got an electrifying welcome at Sydney's Kudos Arena. Prime Minister Modi addressed 20,000 Indians in Sydney at a grand community event that celebrated Australia's dynamic, diverse Indian diaspora, the visuals of which making rounds on your screens, citing growing trades with Australia. Modi lauded the connection that two nations share The Indian diaspora gathered in gigantic numbers at Sydney Olympic Park to welcome Prime Minister Modi. The Australian Prime Minister Albanese also lauded the ties with Modi, called him the boss. Albanese compared Prime Minister Modi's popularity to that of the legendary rock star Bruce Springsteen, saying that even he did not get this kind of a grand reception in Australia. Sydney hosted a grand show at Kudos Bank Arena where Modi Modi chants reverberated. Gujarat's traditional dance of Garba and Dandiya were performed on stage.
हमारे यहाँ पर्व त्योहार भले अलग अलग मनाए जाते हैं, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं दिवाली की रौनक से, बैसाखी के जश्न से। हमारे यहाँ भाषाएं भले अलग अलग बोली जाती हो, लेकिन हम जुड़े हुए हैं मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, पंजाबी, हिंदी भाषाएं पढ़ाने वाले इतने सारे स्कूलों से। साथियों, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लोग, यहाँ के निवासी इतने विशाल हृदय के हैं, दिल के इतने अच्छे और सच्चे हैं कि भारत की इस विविधता को खुले दिल से स्वीकारते हैं। आप सभी यहां ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हैं, यहां के विकास को देख रहे हैं। आप सभी का एक सपना रहा है कि हमारा भारत भी विकसित राष्ट्र बने। है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? है ना आपका सपना? जो सपना आपके दिल में है, वो सपना मेरे दिल में भी है। ये मेरा भी सपना है। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का सपना है। साथियों, भारत के पास सामर्थ्य की कमी नहीं है। भारत के पास संसाधनों की कमी भी नहीं है। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और सबसे युवा टैलेंट फैक्ट्री जिस देश में है, वो है सही जवाब दे रहे हैं आप, वो है इंडिया। साथियों, एक समय था जब कहा जाता था कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंधों को 3C डिफाइन करते हैं। ऐसा पहले कहा जाता था। ये कौन से 3C हैं? कॉमनवेल्थ, क्रिकेट और करी। इसके बाद कहा गया कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3D पर आधारित है। डेमोक्रेसी, डायस्पोरा और दोस्ती। कुछ लोगों ने यह भी कहा कि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध 3E पर आधारित है। एनर्जी, इकोनॉमी और एजुकेशन। यानी कभी C, कभी D, कभी E। अलग अलग कालखंड में ये बात संभवतः सही भी रही है। लेकिन भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के ऐतिहासिक संबंधों का विस्तार इससे कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा है। और जानते हैं, इन सारे संबंधों का सबसे बड़ा आधार क्या है? जानते हैं? सबसे बड़ा आधार है म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट और म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट। हमारे बीच भौगोलिक दूरी जरूर है, लेकिन हिंद महासागर हमें आपस में जोड़ता है। हमारी जीवन शैलियां भले अलग अलग हो, लेकिन अब योगा ये भी हमें जोड़ता है। क्रिकेट से तो हम ना जाने कब से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन अब टेनिस और फिल्में भी हमें जोड़ रही है। हमारे यहाँ खाना बनाने का तरीका भले अलग अलग है, लेकिन अब मास्टर शेफ हमें जोड़ता है। आज IMF भारत को ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का ब्राइट स्पॉट मानता है। वर्ल्ड बैंक का विश्वास है कि ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स को अगर कोई चुनौती दे रहा है तो वो भारत है। आज दुनिया के कई देशों में बैंकिंग सिस्टम पर संकट है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ भारत के बैंकों की मजबूती की आज चारों तरफ प्रशंसा हो रही है। दुनिया में 100 साल में आए सबसे बड़े संकट के बीच भारत ने बीते वर्ष रिकॉर्ड एक्सपोर्ट किया है। आज हमारा फॉरेक्स रिजर्व नई बुलंदियां छू रहा है। भारत वो देश है जिसने कोरोना के संकट में दुनिया के 150 से ज्यादा देशों को उस संकट की घड़ी में दवाइयां भेजी। भारत वो देश है जिसने 100 से अधिक देशों को मुफ्त वैक्सीन भेजकर करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों का जीवन बचाया। कोरोना के समय में बहुत से देशों को अपने नागरिकों को पैसे भेजने में मुश्किल आई थी, लेकिन भारत उन देशों में था जो एक क्लिक पर ये काम पलकों में कर रहा था। यूनिवर्सल पब्लिक इंटरफेस यानी यूपीआई ने भारत में फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा दिया है। आज दुनिया के 40% रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स अकेले भारत में होते हैं। आप अभी भारत आए होंगे तो देखा होगा, आज फल सब्जी या पानी पूरी के ठेले हो या फिर चाय की दुकान, सब जगह डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहा है। हम राष्ट्र को भी एक परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं और विश्व को भी एक परिवार मानते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। और इसलिए जब भारत अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की थीम तय करता है तो कहता है अपने आदर्शों को जीने का उसका स्वभाव देखिए। G20 प्रेसिडेंसी में भारत कहता है वन अर्थ वन फैमिली।